Not exactly tidy, but oh well. That won't be the last. Goodness me! That worked well. Not exactly tidy, but oh well. A lesson for the rest. Who's next? Who's sorting out the pieces?
That should be better.
Oh, well, I'll never get that out of my robes. Messy.
Thanks for letting me know. I don't think I would have noticed that otherwise.
That won't be the last.
More enemies on the way!
Goodness me! Not sorry to... A lesson for the rest. Who's sorting out the pieces? I'll never get that out of my robes. And down it goes. I'm not cleaning that up. Well, that was a challenge. That worked well. A lesson for the rest. Another threat vanquished. Oh, not exactly tidy, but oh well. Messy, but effective. A vile creature, dead. Not sorry to see that one gone.
More enemies on the way!
A temporary setback. Oh, I'll never get that out of my robes. Who's sorting out the pieces? Oh, snap. Here and ready to fight. Goodness me! And down it goes. I'll never get that out of my robes. I'm not cleaning that up. Ow! That worked well. Who's next? Who's sorting out the pieces? Not exactly tidy, but oh well. Well, that was a challenge. Messy, but effective. I'm not cleaning that up. Who's sorting out the pieces?
More enemies on the way!
Goodness me! Another threat vanquished. Not exactly tidy, but oh well. A lesson for the rest. I'll never get that out of my robes. And down. That worked well. Messy, but effective. A worthy foe. I'm not cleaning that up. Goodness me! A vile creature, a lesson for the rest. That's not exactly tidy, but oh well. Here's where they will fall. Not so. I'll never get that out of my robes. A vile creature, dead. Who's sorting out the pieces? Well, that was a challenge.
More enemies on the way!
Goodness me! That worked well. I'm not cleaning that up. Not exactly tidy, but oh well. Messy, but effective. And down it goes. A lesson for the rest. I'll never get that out of my robes. Not exactly tidy, but oh well. A lesson for the rest. Messy, but effective. Who's next? Who's sorting out the pieces? Another threat vanquished. A worthy foe. That won't be the last.
More enemies on the way!
That worked well. Not sorry to see that one gone. Away with you! I'm not cleaning that up. And down it goes. A worthy foe. A lesson for the rest. Another threat vanquished. Not exactly tidy, but oh well. Well, that was a challenge. A vile creature, dead. I'll never get that out of my robes. Messy, but effective. Who's next? A worthy foe. A vile creature, dead.
More enemies on the way!
Who's sorting out the pieces? That worked well. Another threat vanquished. Not exactly tidy, but oh well. Well, that was a challenge. Not sorry to see that one gone. I'm not cleaning that up. And down it goes. I'll never get that out of my ropes. Messy, but effective. That won't be the last. Who's sorting out the pieces? A lesson for the rest. Another threat vanquished. Goodness me! I'll never get that out of my ropes. Who's sorting out the pieces? Messy, but effective. I'm not cleaning that up.
More enemies on the way!
You won't get past me. A lesson for the rest. Not exactly tidy, but oh well. That worked well. A vile creature. Dead. Messy, but effective. Not exactly tidy, but oh well. A worthy foe. A lesson for the rest. Who's sorting out the pieces? Not sorry to... I'm not cleaning that up. Who's next? Well, that was a challenge. And down. Goodness me! I'll never get that out of my ropes. A vile creature, dead. Who's next? Perhaps one of these.
More enemies on the way!
No better spot than here. Not sorry to see that one gone. Not exactly tidy, but oh well. That won't be the last. A lesson for the rest. Who's sorting out the pieces? I'm not cleaning that up. Messy, but effective. Another threat vanquished. Not exactly tidy, but oh well. I'll never get that out of my robes. A worthy foe. A lesson for the rest. That worked well. Well, that was a challenge. That won't be the last. I'm not cleaning that up. Who's next? Back!
More enemies in the rift!
A lesson for the rest.
More enemies on the way!
Drive them back! And down. Goodness me! Be gone! That worked well. Who's sorting out the pieces? I'll never get that out of my robes. Goodness me! One of these here. Not sorry to see that. Messy, but effective. That worked well. Not exactly tidy, but oh well. I'm not cleaning that up. A lesson for the rest. Who's sorting out the pieces? Goodness me! Messy, but effective. That won't be the last.
More enemies on the way!
Finish them off! That worked well. Not exactly tidy, but oh well. A lesson for the rest. I'm not cleaning that up. I'll never get that out of my robes. A lesson for the rest. Who's sorting out the pieces? Not sorry to see that one gone. I'm not cleaning that up. Messy, but effective. That worked well. Goodness me! Not exactly tidy, but oh well. A lesson for the rest. Fall, foul beasts! Messy, but effective. That worked well. Stay back, fiends. Well, that was a challenge. I'm not cleaning that up. An excellent location. Perhaps one of these.
More enemies on the way!
Who's sorting out the pieces? Goodness me! I'll never get that out of my robes. Goodness me! That worked well. A lesson for the rest. Not exactly tidy, but oh well. Messy, but effective. Who's next? I'm not cleaning that up. Who's sorting out the pieces? Messy, but effective. Another threat vanquished. That worked well. A worthy foe. Goodness me! A lesson for the rest. And down it goes. Not sorry to see that one gone. A worthy foe. Perfection.
More enemies on the way!
This should work. Very good. I'll never get that out of my robes. Not exactly tidy, but oh well. I'm not cleaning that up. Not exactly tidy, but oh well. I'll never get that out of my robes. That won't be the lot. A lesson for the rest. Goodness me! Messy, but effective. That worked well. Well, that was a challenge. Another messy, but effective. A lesson for the rest. I'll never get that out of my robes. That worked well. Who's next? Not exactly tidy, but oh well. I'm not cleaning that up. Goodness me! A vile creature, dead. I'm not cleaning that up. A lesson for the rest. Here's where they
More
move
enemies
forward.
on the way!
This should work. Another who's sorting out the pieces. That won't be the last. Who's next? That worked well. A worthy foe. Messy, but effective. Not exactly tidy, but oh well. Not sorry to... I'm not cleaning that up. A lesson for the rest. Who's sorting out the pieces? That worked well. Messy, but effective. I'll never get that out of my ropes. Well, that was a challenge. Goodness me! A lesson for the rest. And down it goes. That worked well. I'm not cleaning that up. Who's next? Well, that was a challenge.
More enemies on the way!
Not exactly tidy, but oh well. Who's sorting out the pieces? That won't be messy, but effective. You won't get past me. I'm not cleaning that up. A lesson for the rest. Who's sorting out the pieces? That worked well. Not exactly tidy, but oh well. Goodness me! A vile creature, dead. Another threat vanquished. Not sorry to see that one gone. Goodness me! I'm not cleaning that up. Oh, not exactly tidy, but oh well. Who's sorting out the pieces? Who's next? That worked well. Not sorry to see that one gone.
More enemies on the way!
Messy, but effective. I'm not cleaning that up. Not exactly tidy, but oh well. A vile creature, dead. I'll never get that out of my robes. Goodness me! That worked well. Who's sorting out the pieces? Well, that was a challenge. A lesson for the rest. That won't be the last. Who's sorting out the pieces? Goodness me! And down it goes. That worked well. Another threat vanquished. Not Not exactly tidy, but oh well. I'm not cleaning that up. Finish them off! I'll never get that out of my roads. Who's next? Not sorry to see that one gone.
More enemies on the way!
That won't be the last. Well, that's a challenge. Messy, but effective. I'm not cleaning that up. That worked well. Who's sorting out the pieces? Not exactly tidy, but oh well. A vile creature. Who's sorting out the pieces? A worthy foe. A lesson for the rest. Not exactly tidy, but oh well. Messy, but effective. I'll never get that out of my roads. That worked well. Messy, but effective. Drive them back. Goodness me! I'll never get that out of my roads. Not exactly tidy, but oh well. Another threat vanquished.
More enemies on the way!
Who's next? I'm not cleaning that up. Who's sorting out the pieces? Well, that's a challenge. A lesson for the rest. Messy, but effective. That won't be the last. I'll never get that out of my roads. That worked well. Who's sorting out the pieces? Not sorry to see that one gone. I'm not cleaning that up. Not exactly tidy, but oh well. Be gone! Goodness me! That worked well. And down it. I'll never get that out of my roads. A lesson for the rest. Perfection. Perhaps one of these. Away with you! A vile creature dead.
More enemies on the way!
Back. Who's sorting out the pieces? And down it goes. Messy, but effective. That worked well. Not sorry to see that one gone. Not exactly tidy, but oh well. A worthy foe. I'm not cleaning that up. Who's next? I'll never get that out of my robes. Fall, foul beasts! Goodness me! Who's sorting out the pieces? That won't be the last. A lesson for the rest. Another threat that worked well. Goodness me! Well, that was a challenge. I'll never get that out of my robes. A vile creature, dead. I'm not cleaning that up. Messy, but effective. Very good.
More enemies on the way!
You won't get past me.
How's everybody doing today?
Who's sorting out the pieces?
I'm not trying to talk too loud because my GF is sleeping.
Not exactly tidy, but oh well. Another threat vanquished. I'm not cleaning that up. Messy, but effective. A lesson for
This
the
endless is, of course, the real, actual endless, and it is post-patch. So, I'll definitely say that it's a little bit more difficult because you can't really use barricades a lot. I mean, what I have set up here is really good against everything that's coming out. It would be better if the gravity pillars worked against the enemies as they're supposed to. It'd actually be a lot better because it would pull up the gnolls, and the Gnome Grenadiers would pull up the fire elementals as well, helping kind of save some of the barricades. But I've only lost one barricade so far in this whole thing, and that was when I was still building out this hallway. I lost one of the barricades out here, but I just replaced it, and it's no big deal. But other than that, yeah, I mean, this level itself is still pretty easy because you can get away with playing endless on this without needing to put barricades anywhere near the beginning of the entry points there. And you get enough because you get an extra gold per unit killed. It's still pretty easy. You get plenty of money here. Alright, let's do that, and that.
More enemies on the way!
We're gonna put some more traps up on the wall here just in case anything ever runs up the stairs. Those barricades are pretty necessary to have. I've also got a cave down back here. I've noticed every once in a while that sappers from the middle gate will target this cave in the corner whenever you get like a bunch of them, like a bunch of those sapper guys. But yeah,
I'll never get that out of my robes.
I'm just gonna put more traps down here, and then once we get, because we have the hallway packed now, for the most part, I think. Or is it done? I think we might be missing one wall charger. Yeah, we need a wall charger here in this wall. And once we have that, then we'll be good. So I'm just gonna hit that. We are lagging quite a bit, so I know that this was maybe supposed to help fix lag. I don't know. I don't know if the patch was to fix lag or not.
I'll never get that out of my robes. Who's sorting out the pieces? Another threat vanquished. Goodness me! That worked well. Not exactly tidy, but oh well. A lesson for the rest. I'll never get that out of my robes. Messy, but effective. I'm not cleaning that up. Well, that was a challenge. Not sorry to see that one gone. A vile creature, dead.
More enemies on the way!
An excellent location. That worked well. Who's sorting out the pieces?
Actually, on second thought, I think since we have this hallway pretty much set up, I'm not going to worry too much about the stairs. I'm going to start making a kill box up here to try and make sure that this left side, the left side is the beefy boys. It's where most of your bigger guys come from. And I need to make sure that they don't slip by and make it to the top there.
Who's next?
And then I'll start my kill box up there, and then I can probably AFK after I build that kill box. But I don't know if I'll be able to AFK or not because it's so laggy. There's a lot of enemies coming out currently.
And down it goes. I'm not cleaning that up. That worked well. That won't be the last. I'll never get that out of my robes. Not sorry to see that one gone. That worked well. Not exactly tidy, but oh well. Messy, but effective. Goodness me! Well, that was a challenge. A vile creature, a lesson for the rest. Another threat vanquished. Be gone! Who's sorting out the pieces?
More enemies on the way!
A worthy foe. Messy, but effective. Goodness me! Not exactly tidy, but oh well. That worked well. Who's next? I'll never get that out of my roads. Not exactly tidy, but oh well. I'm not cleaning that up. Drive them back. Not sorry to see that one gone. A lesson for the rest. That worked well.
The barricade is down.
Who's sorting out the pieces? Goodness me! A vile creature, dead. Finish them off! I'll never get that out of my roads.
Looks like I might need some more. I can't really push these back at all.
Won't be the last.
But okay, I need to sell that and put a gravity trap there. I think I'm probably gonna need.
No better spot than here.
Butterflies here, and probably some wall chargers here. They should get slowed down at least once because they'll hit those.
I'm not cleaning that up.
It's a bit unfortunate.
Well, that was a challenge. Messy.
If you guys are chatting, I can't see it, so I'll have to double check. I'll have to actually let me check now, because I haven't seen any chat come through yet through either Twitch or YouTube. So let me make sure that you're able to. But if you guys are new, like I said, I am kind of whispering because my girlfriend's sleeping. But if you guys are new, feel free to check the links out in the description or the information page. Is that coming through? Okay, yeah. Okay, so the chat's working. All right, just making sure. Yeah, in the description of both the YouTube and Twitch page, there is links to the Discord, as well as the wiki, but the wiki hasn't been updated yet. I'll probably try and do the wiki tomorrow. I'll do the wiki live when I'm figuring stuff out. You know, I'll be troubleshooting, trying things, flipping things, having things run around, stuff like that. That's what I'll be doing for the wiki. So if that's something that you like looking at, testing stuff out, then we'll be doing that. And I'm going to see if I can find the highest possible damage. I think it's wall blades with stun that are also frozen, that are also lifted. I'm going to try to get that happened and see how much damage comes out with that. That'll be tomorrow, of course. But today's still pretty early in the day, so I might do more streaming today once this crashes. I think it's going to crash soon. I don't plan on getting past wave 80. I mean, if I can, I will. But I doubt that I'll be able to get past wave 80 on this, just because of how much it's been lagging already.
That worked well.
More enemies on the way.
Drive them back. Not exactly tidy, but oh well. Well, that's a challenge. Goodness me! That worked well. A lesson for the rest.
You know, I think what I might actually do, I think sending everything over to the left is a good idea for killing everything. But because all the big guys come out on the left, and I haven't seen any fire elementals come out on the left yet, I think what I might do is wall at the top of these stairs, and then some stuff from the middle and everything from the left will come over here, and everything else will run over this way and run up the stairs. So if I start building my next kill box inside this little room, then I can send everything into this room together and build like my barricades like back here. So they run back here, see the barricades, and then they're like, okay, never mind, and they run out here. And that way I can block the barricades off with gravity traps, forcing the fire elementals to not be able to target anything.
Messy, but effective. Who's sorting out the pieces?
I think that's what we may do. I'll leave the traps I have set up here. I'll do that. I'll leave this here, and then I'll start building on the other side. Which is going to take me a little bit to get that up and running. So I'm going to have to really fight this left side here, these big guys, quite a bit, before I feel safe enough to open that side. I'm going to get rid of this wall trap. I'm going to get rid of this this thing here. There we go. Really? Okay.
More enemies on the way.
I think I'd rather have just 4 of those. Okay. Alright, so if I open this up, I have probably tar at this corner. Do I just do like tar here in that corner, then bring spike, because they're going to run left, and then tar brim spike, tar brim spike. Kind of want to do tar and then brim here and then spike, and then run spike up diagonally. I think we'll do that.
Goodness me! I'm not cleaning that up.
And hopefully whatever's down here is able to take care of them, because these guys on the left will run through this little column, and those guys on the right in the middle, half of them will run down here, and then they'll run through that column as well. And then everybody on the right hand side is just going to run up the stairs. So those are going to be my biggest problem, but there's still not a whole lot of big guys. The big guys really come out of the left. Although I guess I get the Earth Lords and the Fire Lords and stuff from the right side. But I should be able to kill them in that box up there as soon as I get the box set up. Otherwise I would bring everything up here to the left. It's just knowing that I've lost a Kate already over on the right makes me think that maybe I should just let them run up the right side. I'm pretty sure those are TNT archers on this left side.
Goodness me!
Yeah, they should be TNT archers. Yeah, they are. They are. Okay. We get plenty of money that I think we're going to be totally fine for a while. We can leak a few lives as well.
Not exactly tidy, but oh well.
So I'm going to have spike,
That won't be the last.
spike, and brim, tar, spike. So that goes 2 different directions, both that way and that way. Going tar brim spike.
More enemies on the way.
Okay.
I'm not cleaning that up. A vile creature, dead. Who's sorting out the pieces? That worked well. A worthy foe. Well, that was a challenge. Messy, but effective. A lesson for the rest. Goodness me! Another threat vanquished. for the rest. Well, that was a challenge. Not exactly tidy, but oh well.
And if you guys want to see what I have over on this side, so here I have the alternating floor with some ceiling, gravity, and
But effective.
ice darts, and then the same thing over here. Ice darts anywhere that it's open, not touching an edge, and then gravity everywhere else. And here on the ground I have a bunch of brim spike to take care of sappers, and then on this little column here, running into this way. We got them.
Not sorry to see that one.
I've got firelings. They get picked up and killed off by the gravity traps.
That won't be
And
the last.
oh crap, something's up there.
We've destroyed the barricade.
Yeah, that's why I'm going to open this, because they have been recently just getting through, and that's unfortunate for me.
More enemies
I
on the
don't
way.
think
Here's
that
where they will
happened.
fall. I'll never get that out of my roads.
Really hoped it wouldn't happen, but it did. Oh yeah, and then let's see.
Messy, but
Up
effective.
here I'll probably also
A lesson for the rest.
put some gravity traps, and I'm going to line the edges with gravity traps. Take care of anything small or any elementals that get through, and then in the middle section I'm going to just have a bunch of dart spitters with ice to freeze everything so it can take
Who's
extra
sorting out the
damage.
pieces? Not exactly tidy, but oh well.
And then if we're really feeling it, what we can do is we can take everything from all sides. So we're going to go through that.
Well,
Yeah, we'll come through this room, because they'll see that room and they'll say, "Oh, never mind," because we're going to put barricades there. They're going to come through this room, run this way, run this way. And what we can do is we can take them against this wall, and then with the magic of barricades, run them here and here, and then of course up here will be walled off, so they'll run and do about right here, and then they'll circle around. It'll just be all wall traps on this section, which should take care of everything that's very large. Hey, how's it going, man?
a worthy foe. Not exactly tidy, but oh well.
We're playing this with the recent patch, the non-glitched version.
Wild creature, dead. A lesson for the rest.
Terry asked in Discord what I thought about it, and I told him I hadn't really played. I played the second
Sorting out the pieces.
Endless map earlier, and it had fire elementals, and I was kind of surprised, but I was able to get to wave 25 pretty easily. Of course, I had a phone call that interrupted it, so I didn't actually beat 25 with it, but it's still easy enough. And so I decided to play this one because this one's probably my favorite one, or at least the first one that I ever really played and got used to, I guess. So I figured I could give this one a try, and so far it's been working out, I guess. So we can wall this off here.
That won't be the last.
Yes. We wall this off. So they'll run in here, they'll see it, and they'll run back out.
This
And
should work.
then
More enemies on the way.
some tar, and we'll just lay down the floor traps first. Out. And I guess what we'll want to do as well is put wall chargers here and here. Let's do a little bit extra damage to this side. Of course, these will help as well. Do I have coins for this idea? What do you mean coins? Like, am I going to make enough money? I think so. Nothing's really getting through on this left side, and I'm going to leave this open, close it off, send everything to the right side, and put it through that little room there to help with the firelings and fire elementals. They only appear to come out of the right side, and unfortunately, currently, they're able to, like, every once in a while there'll be one fireling that'll make it to the top of the stairs over on the right side to take out a barricade. So I'm going to let them go up there and then kill them when they get up there.
That worked well.
But running everything through the left side to kill the big guy. I'm going to wait till Moneybags gets a little farther into this kill box, and then I'm going to pop that number 2.
That won't be the last. What? Not exactly tidy, but oh well. I'm not cleaning that up. Not sorry to see that one gone. I'll never get that out of my robes. Another threat. Goodness me! Well, that was a challenge.
To barricade all top floor will cost a lot. Yes, it will.
A lesson
But
for
I've been
the
making
rest.
like 3,500 per wave, if not more than that.
Sorting out the pieces.
So I think I'm fine. I think we're okay with doing that. I mean, look at what we've accomplished already, you know? Gotten all this. Oh yeah, I forgot to, I was gonna put wall churches up there. We've already accomplished quite a bit. And then once we're ready to open this top section, I think would be good. And we could, if we really wanted to, we could take out some traps that are towards the top gate and move them, you know, down here. Because we could probably take out this whole section right here in front of this gate, and then take out a few of these ceiling traps. Because everything will run down, or half of the things will run down here, half on the other side. So it's not necessary for them to, for the ceiling traps to be out here this late. Earlier on, yes, but currently no. It's not that necessary.
I'm not cleaning that up.
I guess once we start getting overwhelmed on this left side, if we start getting overwhelmed with just ice, butterfly seems to be doing the trick for now. If we start getting overwhelmed, then we'll just open the right side and see if we can take it. When I opened this hallway up, I wasn't able to really take care of everything as I needed to, so I'm definitely gonna trap a lot on the right side first. Make sure I basically fill that whole room before trying to do anything else. And I'm not going to have any barricades in that room either. I guess ideally you could do this without barricades, but a few of them are necessary, I think, especially in the beginning. Maybe with two people you can do it without barricades pretty easily, but it's hard to say. We're going to hit another skadoosh, and we're going to get a lot of money off of that, because again you get 1 coin per each kill, so essentially the kill streak is times 12 instead of times 11. But that's coin you get right off the bat.
I'll never get that out of my robes. Not sorry to
And
see
again, there
that
are a
one
few
gone.
current issues with this.
Who's sorting
The
out
first one
pieces?
being Tuscles is not a goal.
I'm not cleaning that up.
Well, this map is particularly easy with the added fire elementals and stuff.
For the rest.
Actually, I kind of think all of them are, except for maybe the first map. I don't know if the first map has fire elementals added. But if it does, then it could definitely be a difficult map.
A vile creature.
Like
Dead.
maybe close to unbeatable, just depending on when they come out and how many of them there are. Because you could build like corridors similar to this, but they don't pick up fire elementals right now, the gravity pillars,
More enemies on the
and
way.
they don't pick up heavy orcs anymore either. They're supposed to, but they don't. So currently, I think the first map might be a real challenge, because you would use these on the right side and left side to pick up orcs and keep them, you know, taking damage and keep them stuck in a position.
Who's next?
But if they have, and you also use barricades a lot in the first one to get a, you know, completely endless. But if they have fire elementals, which like I said, I don't know if they do, I imagine they do,
Not exactly tidy,
because fire
but,
elementals
oh well.
and fire lords are not picked up by the gravity traps.
Well,
When they die, the
who's sorting out the pieces?
firelings may not get picked up right away, and then they'll blow up on your barricades.
I'll never get that out of my robes.
So it's a bit unfortunate that that's the case right now. If it wasn't, I'd have much easier time, because these earth elementals would be not making it as far, which means the earthlings wouldn't make it as far. Same with the firelords and firelings.
Messy, but effective. A lesson for the rest.
Just skadoosh them, get them all out of here. One thing I do really like about the addition of firelords and firelings in these is the fact that they provide
One of these
a lot of area of effect damage that I don't have to do.
never get that out of my robes.
Let's see, yeah, nothing's okay. They were trying to make it up here. Those firelings were. I don't have to do that area of effect damage. They do it for me, so they help clear out all of the minions when they die next to them, which is nice.
Another threat, not exactly tidy, but oh well. That worked well.
Same thing with the sappers, of course.
Who's next? And down it goes.
But this is such a long map, and you've got corridors and ceilings everywhere that it's probably one of the easier maps now.
Not sorry to say
Everything
that one
considered. With everything considered. See, I just got like $4,000 or $5,000
More enemies
on
the
that
way.
one wave. So you get more money now, and I think that's to offset the fact that you get a lot more like fire elementals and barricade exploders. They're giving you more money.
Messy, but effective. Who's sorting out the pieces? That won't be the last. Not exactly tidy, but oh well.
For 8-match, then one endless. First few waves are the most favorite for me when enemies have advantage. Yeah, I'd agree. It becomes it's a lot more of a challenge.
Well, that
Playing the first few waves, but I think the idea for the endless is that the endless becomes a lot more active, so you have to be constantly watching your barricades and replacing them if they blow up and stuff like that, because if you don't watch them, then
messy.
you can't really AFK, I guess,
Who's sorting out the pieces?
as much anymore. Once I have this fleshed out, I might be able to AFK, but as of right now, I had to go replace the barricade on the right twice so far, and I may still have to here in a little bit.
I'm not cleaning that up.
But it causes me to
But oh well.
to be more vigilant and more active.
Who's
And the
next?
same thing's true with the second endless when I was playing it.
That worked well. Not sorry to see that. I'm not cleaning that up.
Uh-oh, I'm having
Goodness me.
the issue with
Messy, but effective.
using the skadoosh
Another
Skadoosh
threat
effect.
vanquished. That worked well.
and that's where everything triggers, and then you have a period of time where nothing triggers and some minions are able to run through. But I think we're okay for now.
Down it goes. Not exactly tidy, but oh well.
Now I was thinking about, instead of using the gravity pillars, using the haymakers, because from what I can tell, the gravity pillars are active about the same length that the haymakers are active. You can get it active time longer, I think, versus knockback force, and they still affect very heavy enemies, or heavy enemies, not very heavy. So haymakers might be the next best thing
More enemies on the way.
for what we might go for eventually. So, well, we'll see.
An excellent location.
Okay, wall and wall.
Not sorry to see that one gone. Oh, I'll never get that out of my robes. Well sorting out the pieces? I'm not cleaning that up.
I mean, to be fair, the first few waves of Endless, to set up Endless can be a little challenging as well.
For the rest.
And with the extra explosion guys that come out, I really think it's better. I think it's closer to what they want, but I mean, there's still a few issues. There's a few issues with it, but I think it's closer to what they want. One of them being targeting, you know. From what I can tell, ballistas and archers still have an issue targeting, as well as the enemies don't target you. They run past you and stuff, so I think that's still a pretty big issue, because that takes out bringing ballistas to an endless fight still, which they'd be really good if they could be used, but unfortunately they really can't. The gravity trap's not pulling up the right volume of enemies, or the right categorization of enemies is a problem. That makes it a little bit harder. I mean, I get the not ragdolling. The ragdolling thing is I don't see why they would get rid of it. Like with the ragdolled heavy or very heavy enemy getting pulled up by a gravity trap. Like, it's very specific and niche that I really don't think it needs to be removed, because it's kind of like a if you can set it up and make it happen, then it should be allowed, I think, anyways. I don't really have a problem with it, but I guess it's not what it's intended. But I think if they could allow ragdolled enemies to get lifted up, I think it's fine. I don't think it ruins the game or anything. But yeah, we're definitely getting a lot of money. Got a lot of wall traps in there so far. And we're probably going to just do one more wall trap here for anything rounding the corner, and from the guys who check the stairs and they're like, oh, never mind, they come back here. And we'll get that set up as soon as we can. And then hopefully no fire elementals ever make it through the right side room. So that way we can use barricades after that.
You won't get. I'm not cleaning that up. Goodness me! Who's next? Not exactly tidy, but oh well. I'm not cleaning that up. That won't be the last. I'll never get that out of my
Trying to get this
roads.
ogre out of here. Although I think I'm headshotting money bags. I am.
Who's sorting out the pieces? Messy, but effective.
Let's get Moneybags under attack here by his allies. Get him to swing his fists around.
Messy, but effective. Who's sorting out
We'll
the
pop
pieces?
that number. There we go.
Another threat vanquished. Not exactly tidy, but oh well. I'll never get that out of my roads. Not sorry to see that one gone.
I think we will start clearing out some of those traps in front of the top gate there,
That worked
in
well.
favor of finishing the top section a little bit sooner.
Messy, but effective.
Oh, didn't get to sell much,
More
but
enemies
that's
on the
fine.
way.
Not enough coin. I'm not cleaning that up. I'll never get that out of my roads. Not exactly tidy, but oh well. be the last. Goodness me! A lesson for the rest. Who's sorting out the pieces? That worked well.
I heard somebody also had mentioned something about this level, and they were having issues with, I think, the Grenadiers. It was the Grenadiers that were causing them problems. Yeah, see, I love the explosions on those firelings because they just do so much damage to everything around them, and it's nice. But once I had the hallway built up, it really became easier to take care of those Gnoll Grenadiers.
Well, that was a challenge.
I will say, I think the right mouse button for the wand is acting better.
I'm not cleaning that up. A lesson for the rest. Goodness me!
Oh, lag. There we go. But we're definitely experiencing a lot of lag at wave 60. If I need to, I can pop number 2, which I just might. There we go.
Who's sorting out the
Let
pieces?
us do that.
A lesson for the rest. I'll never get that out of my robes.
Yeah, things are starting to slip kind of close on this side. So, I haven't built anything behind me. Normally I would,
A vile creature.
but as of right now, I'm just gonna keep building this up here.
Very good.
If anything gets past, we're probably screwed. So I still need to run out,
More enemies on the way.
take care of this side of it.
Messy, but effective. That worked well.
Now, one of the things I like about them adding or giving 1 coin per minion killed
My robes.
is that you don't have to wait for your kill streak to drop to collect the coin.
Vanquished.
Essentially, you can make several hundred coin just by waiting for those kills to rack up.
For the rest. I'm not
Because
cleaning
it's
that up.
every once in a while I find myself like
Who's
wishing
sorting
I
out the
had
pieces? Not exactly tidy, but oh well.
wishing that kill streak money would come in for me to build a trap somewhere or barricade or something.
Down it goes.
But you don't really have to wait as much for that anymore.
I'm not cleaning that up. That worked well. I'll never get that out of my robes. A lesson for the rest. That won't be the last.
I also wish TNT archers and Gnoll Grenadiers hurt their own guys, so that way you could kind of play around them, and that would make Cygnus a lot better too, because then you could, bait out like the attack of a TNT archer and then just double space and dodge it, and then or don't dodge it and die to it, and then enemies would do damage to their enemies around them with that.
A worthy foe. Well, that was a challenge. That worked well.
What if there's a weapon that generated money? Like headshots generate money kind of thing? Like headshots generate 1 coin and then it has like a 1 second auto attack
Who's sorting out the pieces?
cooldown, I guess. That'd be interesting.
And down.
You'd really have to focus on using that instead of
Lesson for the rest.
where are we at? Here's Earth Elemental. Let's get those guys going so we can keep that kill streak up.
I'll never get that out of my robes.
Alright, good.
Messy, but effective.
14, good. Yeah, 4 grand. That's pretty sweet.
A lesson for the rest.
Almost done with all our wall traps. Definitely think we'll get enough money before we need to. Before we need to worry about it.
Enemies on the way.
Well, here we go. I love this round.
I'm not cleaning that up. Finish them off. Not exactly tidy, but oh well. Who's sorting out the pieces? Drive them back. That won't be the last. Goodness me!
Well, we're still alive. We've got 30 million scored. That's kind of a lot for wave 63, I think.
Cleaning that up.
So that's good. I wonder if them not getting stuck and despawning randomly is helping with that. It's hard to say. Or maybe I'm just getting a lot more headshots now. Because I've...
Who's sorting out the pieces?
I don't know. So no headshots count for scores, so...
Well, that's a challenge.
but I don't know. Lagging a lot. Oh god. It's gonna crash. There's no way we're getting to 80. Yikes.
Away with you! A vile creature, dead. I'll never get that out of my robes. Not exactly tidy, but oh well.
Alright. I think that left side's fine. And we'll go ahead and skadoosh him.
A lesson for the rest. An
All right.
excellent location.
Wall charges are complete.
I'll never get that out of my robes. A worthy foe. Goodness me!
It's just time for butterflies.
Another threat vanquished. Who's next? I'm not cleaning that up. Well, that was a challenge.
More enemies on the way.
Skadoosh.
That worked well.
Again, for those of you just joining, feel free to take a look at the 2 links in the description of both the Twitch and YouTube panels. The first one is the official and unofficial Discord. Feel free to join the Discord. A lot of cool stuff on there. And the other one is the wiki. It's not been updated since the latest patch, but will be tomorrow. That's what we're doing tomorrow in tomorrow's stream. So feel free to join for that. That'd be cool. Other than that, welcome.
That won't be the
And
last.
I hope no one ever gets tired of me repeating that stuff. You never know when somebody new is dropped in, and well, somebody new has dropped in. I'd like them to be a part of the community as much as the next guy.
I'll never get that out of my robes. A lesson for the rest. Well, that was a challenge. I'm not cleaning that up. Goodness me!
Well, the lag is certainly real.
Who's sorting out the pieces? That worked well.
We're trying to skadoosh him, get rid of a few. Wow. Yeah, we got rid of a lot. 79. Okay, we're just gonna run over here and run into the wall.
Another
Because I
threat
can't see anything.
vanquished. A lesson for the rest.
This reminds me of the time that I got to like wave 150 or whatever. Whatever it was. And how I was like completely unable to do anything.
A worthy foe.
Alright, so if we
I'm
do,
not cleaning that up.
we're gonna do, this corner's gonna look a little weird. Because we want it to be brim and then spike on this side. So we want to continue that all the way down and to the left. So this corner's gonna look a bit odd. Because we still want to do
Not sorry to see that
brim
one
spike going down
gone.
this way.
Goodness me.
Tar brim. Tar brim.
Who's sorting out the
Spike.
pieces?
Oh, we got a guy
Who's
getting
next?
close to the stairs. I don't know if he's gonna get through or not.
I'll never get that out of my robes.
If he is, we'll be
I'm
there
not
for
cleaning
him.
that up.
Nope.
A lesson
He
for
wouldn't.
the rest.
But these guys might. No, we're good there.
Simply impossible.
Okay, so tar brim. Spike. And then spike here. And then we'll brim on those three spots. We'll spike here, and that spike will meet that spike. And then we'll start building up to the left. Yeah, that'll work. That'll make it look pretty, I think.
That worked well.
I mean, this little section here is a bit odd with these two tars combining.
More enemies
But it's okay.
on the way.
Alright.
Who's sorting out the pieces? Fall, foul beasts.
If I had one more trap slot, which I guess I don't need the trap reset trinket,
Oh, goodness
but
me.
what I could have done, and it would work really well on this map, is swinging mace. I think that would work really well here.
A worthy
Well, maybe
foe.
not super duper well because now we have firelings and fire elementals, but
effective.
on this left side, at least, to help and the left gate in general to help with the big boys, the big baddies. Oh, I forgot. I could probably do this here as well.
Perfection. A lesson for the rest.
And put these freeze traps here. And that'll hit them.
Well, that was a challenge. Goodness me.
I had forgotten of that. I see a lot of yellow on my map. I'm just getting a little concerned for those
Another
Cades.
threat vanquished.
Because it looks... Yeah, okay, they tried to make it up there, but they couldn't quite make it up. And that's it's always nerve-wracking.
Back. Who's sorting out the pieces?
If I can be there when they destroy a Cade, then I can replace it, of course. You know, but I need money banks to die. I really want that coin. I'm a greedy
Stay back,
boy.
Kings. Not exactly tidy.
It looks like
but
we're okay
well.
for now.
I'm not cleaning that up.
Alright, we'll take that and we'll run with it.
And that worked well.
If I can. There we go.
Who's sorting out the pieces? Not sorry to see that one. Messy, but effective.
Do we got a guy stuck? Or is he just perpetually frozen? Yeah, he's just frozen.
Another threat vanquished.
Okay. know you guys are all over here like, oh, I love the sound of, you know, gravity traps in the morning. I couldn't agree with you more. They're beautiful. I think these go off
Not exactly tidy.
to guys around the corner here. Pretty sure they do. Kind of need to see for myself though.
And down it goes.
Just to make sure that it's worthwhile to put that there.
Goodness me!
Well, I guess I'm gonna find out later. Let's run back over here.
I'll never get
Make
back
sure
out of
everything
my road.
dies. I think I'm getting distracted. I do need to continue building on that right side
A worthy foe.
until that room at least is complete.
Who's next? That worked well. Be gone,
But thanks for everybody for stopping by and watching the stream.
Messy.
Again, this is the latest patch. This is not the glitched map. This is the real one.
That won't be the last.
Okay, butterfly trap does open up over there against that edge, so that does work. I don't know how effective it is, but it works. Hits everything on this side.
A vile creature, dead. A lesson for the rest.
This wave, we apparently don't have quite as many. Oh, well, I say that. We don't have quite as many enemies as we did on the last several waves, getting us about 4 grand per wave. But I think that's just the money bags wave.
Who's sorting out the pieces? Messy, but effective. Not exactly tidy, but oh
Let's
well. Goodness me! I'll never get that out
let's
of
go
my
ahead and
road.
skadoosh them.
I'm not cleaning that up.
Okay, that should be good for now.
A vile creature, dead.
And then we'll do brim there, and then we'll do tar, brim, spike, going out that direction.
A worthy foe, defend this place. We must defend here. I'm on the way. I'll be there soon.
More
What do you
enemies
say
on
to
the
a
way.
barricade here? Barricades here will help.
Yeah, notice how on the mini map,
I need help.
when you do that, it like hides behind your icon because it's also white and your icon's white, and you don't say anything and it doesn't, or you say something very quietly, and of course, I guess it's as loud as your normal volume is, but it also
One gone.
doesn't have like the bing or anything like that that it had back in good old Unchained days.
Who's next? Who's sorting out the pieces?
I think the right mouse button does add an extra combo point.
Another threat
Pretty sure it
vanquished.
does.
I'll never get that out of my roads. A lesson for the rest. That worked well. Not exactly tidy, but oh well. That won't be the last. Messy, but effective. Goodness me! I'll never get that out of my roads. That worked well. Not exactly tidy, but oh well. A lesson for the rest. And down it goes. I'm not cleaning that up.
Okay, beautiful, beautiful. Lots and lots of killing things. Good stuff. Alright, let's go ahead and get that down.
Messy, but effective.
Then our tar.
Who's sorting out the pieces?
And then the last and final piece, of course, would be our ceiling. And that should be,
Messy, but effective.
once we get all of our ceiling traps up, we'll open the right side. So floor ceiling, open right, close left. And we'll fight everything in that little room there.
Goodness me.
And hopefully it'll be enough. I mean, it's a little bit smaller, I think, in general. But because it's, well, I don't know. The room is together. I don't know. Because here you've got like you got a long row of freeze. And here it's going to be not quite as long, but I think it might be a little bit more efficient because you have two corners. So we'll see.
A vile creature, dead.
We just need to make sure that none of the fire elementals or firelings get through to the spot where we're going to have some guys there. Yeah, got a buddy of mine talking to me about Dungeons and Dragons. You guys play Dungeons and Dragons or know of it or anything? He says we're talking about the difference between 5th edition and 3rd edition. I played 3rd edition a lot, especially in college and growing up.
Not exactly tidy, but oh well.
I ended up playing a version of like 3.25, which is a good mixture of them, because there were a few things that you could do on 3rd that you couldn't do on 5, but if you added some 5 rules, you got very interesting stuff that you could do. So D&D was a lot of fun, but maybe I'll get to play D&D in Colorado. Maybe there's a bunch of D&D fans or something up there. I don't know. But yeah, we're definitely going to have maybe a little bit of an issue
Goodness me.
with all the fire elementals.
That worked well.
I mean,
Not exactly tidy, but
I guess
oh
we could run everything up the left side and just like no, because even if we can, I'd want to barricade like right here or something.
You won't get past me.
But then this hallway wouldn't be in use. It would just be everything dies like right here in this area, which is fine for lightning, but not great for everything else. To include ice, because the ice darts, I don't think they have a pierce, or if they do, it's only a pierce of 1. So skadoosh.
Messy, but effective. I'm not cleaning that up. Who's next? A lesson for the rest.
And there, then again, if you're curious, George, is the ice. It makes everything take more physical damage, which in our case, the only thing that it's affecting is. Yeah, I agree. I think the 1 coin for endless is definite. It's a big deal because of the extra explosive guys. Now I don't know. I mean, I don't know what that's going to constitute out for Coliseum, because Coliseum is easy enough with explosion guys, and I don't know if they've added extra in those later endless maps, but I mean, we'll see. But yeah, the extra 1 coin is definitely a pretty big deal.
Here's where
Yeah,
they
I
will
need to
hold.
sell that one.
That worked well. Goodness me.
But like, if it wasn't for the fire
Who's
elementals,
sorting out the pieces?
then I would have barricaded this already and gone AFK.
Another threat.
But I really can't do that quite yet because of the fire elementals. So they definitely make it to where you have to not AFK as much or as quickly. I still might be able to on this map.
I'll never get that
And then
out
old
of my
Grenadiers
road.
as well. They force you to AFK in like certain spots.
Messy,
but we can, I mean, I think I know where those spots are. Plus, they have to get through the map as well, so they might have a bit of an issue doing that.
Not exactly tidy, but oh well.
Okay, you see that yellow dot trying to make it to the top of the stairs? He didn't make it good. I was worried he might.
And down it goes. A worthy foe.
The big guys that worry me the most are the ones that hug this left side here, because whenever they get hit by the darts, they don't get hit by as many darts, so they don't take quite as much damage. Trap at the corner can be trigger on top floor. Trap on the corner can be trigger on top floor.
Who's sorting out the pieces?
I'm not sure I know what you mean
Not exactly tidy, but oh well.
by trigger. So I'm down here. The only trap in the corner are those, unless you're talking about the gravity traps. Or if you're talking about down here, maybe run over there and not die.
Not sorry to see a lesson for the rest.
Yeah, I guess I'm not sure what trap you're talking about.
Me.
A lot of things are getting stuck up there in the middle, top middle.
That worked well.
Sappers aren't going anywhere.
This should work.
More enemies on the way.
Messy, but effective.
And then I'm gonna do rim
Very good.
tar. Yep, and then I'll put another tar here.
I'll never get that
No,
out of
I think
my
I'll just do
road.
these two tars,
A
and then
lesson for the
brim
rest.
here, and then spikes all the way through there. But I won't quite
That
get to
worked
that.
well.
Trap on corner can be... Oh, can be a trigger. Yeah, this one. This one you're talking about. I got you. I got you.
Me.
I got you. I guess I was misunderstood the
But oh well.
meaning of trigger, but yeah. No, it's fine. I've got to make it look... I got to make it look pretty, you know, and all the enemies are going to clump up together, and they've got that whole room to spread out, so they will use the full thing. Maybe not all of them, but some of them will use the full thing. And some of them won't use it at all, because they won't even step on it, just because their pathing will take them to one of those 3 lanes.
Fall, foul beasts.
So I'm sure we'll get enough effectiveness out of it.
Never get that out of my roads. That worked
Oh
well.
god. Okay. Well, on my end, it's looking pretty bad.
A lesson for
It's
the
looking
rest.
pretty slideshowy. Yikes.
And down it goes.
I mean, right now, if they do make it up the right side, chances are not a lot of them are going to get through, just because we do have that box set up to be a good kill box.
Tidy, but oh well.
Brim on first corner by in-screen side. By in-scene.
That won't be the last.
Yeah, give me a second. Let me head back up there.
Messy, but effective. Goodness me.
And good skadoosh 'em.
Who's sorting out the pieces?
Get headshots on money bags. Keep them purpled up.
I cannot.
So hopefully he attacks other guys and other guys attack him and everyone gets stuck up here. Alright.
That worked well.
Unless you mean that brim there.
I'll never get that out of my roads.
But in second sight.
Who's next? Goodness me.
But in brim on first corner, but in second sight.
I'm not not cleaning that up.
So we got that brim,
Not exactly tidy,
this brim
but,
here.
oh well.
Those are the only stuff I have upstairs. That's the only kill box so far. Farthest corners. Farthest corner. So you're talking about this corner here?
Another threat vanquished.
What I'll do with this is I'll put brim there and then another tar on the other, or a spike on the other side. And the tar's gonna look a little, I guess a little weird, but not too weird. Still want brim, 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 spike. Oh, you're talking about this brim. You're talking about this brim.
Not exactly tidy, but, oh
I think
well.
that'll still be used. I'm pretty sure that'll still be used. Because like I said, enemies clump up on each other and they'll spread out and stuff. There's really nothing else to put in there though. It's like saying that this... Oh, I guess I can do barricades. I wonder if barricades will help. Nah, I don't know. Maybe they won't. They might keep firelings from continuing, but we're gonna have so many floor traps. I don't think I'm worried about them continuing. Yeah, I got you.
Goodness me.
Yeah, the outside wall of the room. All right, so we're good with our floor. Now we just need our ceiling. So I think the first thing we're gonna do is we're just gonna put a bunch of dart spitters on there. I could do barricades there to try and help out with the firelings, but
A vile creature.
like I said, we're gonna have plenty of
I'm not cleaning that up.
space for them to die before they get into it. But it only works on endless. Yeah, it won't work on story mode. There'd be no way I'd get this far on story mode. Like I wouldn't build anything. What I would do is how I started this out. I walled off the right side, killed everything like right where I'm shooting right here. I would just do this for it, and I wouldn't even bring wall charges. I'd probably bring arrow walls so they could shoot across and shoot down that fire arrow walls actually on both Rift Lord and Rift Lord. I bring the ice spitters as well. I wouldn't even worry about going up there.
Finish them off.
Which is the thing about, that's the thing about the regular maps on Endless, because that's the thing that I don't like about story mode. You get a lot of space that you don't use for anything on some of the story mode maps, and that's just, it's just sad that you don't use it. And so, glitching it to play Endless is really nice because then you get to. Which if I glitch this to play Endless, I could probably play Endless for a while on this. But we're doing the actual version.
I'll never get that out of my robes. Not sorry, it's not exactly tidy, but oh well. Messy, but effective. Well, that was a challenge. Who's sorting out the pieces? Goodness me!
Less enemies means tight path. Yeah,
That won't be the last.
Exactly.
I'm not cleaning that up.
they probably wouldn't, even if you left it open. Even on regular mode, they probably wouldn't ever get there because there wouldn't be enough of them. You're right.
Well, that was a challenge. Stay back, fiends. Messy, but effective.
More enemies on the way!
Oh god, that's a lot. That was a lot of them.
I'm not cleaning
No
that
one
up.
forced you to play 5 Skulls Run. What do you mean? I've already 5 skulled this a long time ago. And the regular, I mean, I can do the regular 5 skull on Rift Lord. That's easy. But for this map, it's very easy. As a matter of fact, it's pretty easy on all of them. Well, yeah, for the most part, it's fairly simple to get 5 skull on all the Rift Lord maps. The very last one might now be a challenge because you did the top hall. Oh, well, you're trying too hard, man. If you put them up top, you're trying too hard. They can easily. All right, I'm gonna have to open that right side, I think, because these guys just have a lot of health now, and it's getting tough. Well, maybe not. Maybe not. We really don't want to yet. But we could. But we don't want to. Did you take him up into that room that I built in, or did you build the room in front of the rift, or did you build at the top of the open space over here?
Not sorry to see that one gone.
Because I think one of the things I've done before is I wall off like right here. Back when the double K bug was a thing, I'd do double Ks along this, and then I would K'd at the top of these stairs up here, and then that would send everything through this tunnel, and that's where everything would die. That's what I did before. That's how I got to like wave 160 on this. But then when they patched it, the game started glitching or lagging out at like wave 80, and then I couldn't get past wave 80 because it crashed, you know. But then I started doing barricades through here, through the centerpiece, like where that wall charger is. I would just run barricades down, and then I would put barricades at the very end of it, and then wrap everything back around here, up the stairs. I'd wrap them around this wall as well, around this wall up the stairs, and I would keep like zigzagging them in and out. And well, nothing was ever going to get through that because that was super long walking path. Yeah.
Who's next?
Trying out new and different rooms. Yeah, that's very true. I mean, you kind of have to give yourself a little bit of replayability with this game where it's at currently.
Goodness me.
I just wanted to see how difficult or different this one is so far, and it is a bit more difficult, I think, especially for a newer player just trying things out. Because being able to manage your money to get, you know, all of this might be a bit of a challenge for some newer players. If I didn't have the auto clicker for my for the wand, this might be a very difficult thing for that as well. Because I'm able to beat through these beefy guys with headshots. He'll give 1 coin, so we'll pop that there. So everything from this side is gonna tar brim until they get to, or brim spike until they get to the tar. They're gonna run up here. They're gonna run on this left side or this right side. I guess I could probably just replace these 4 with one of those.
More enemies on the way.
I can put butterflies on top of those. And they'll run in here. Some of them will run past it, and they'll see that, and they'll run back this way. And they'll run into this stuff here. And some of them will run this way into this kill box.
Goodness me.
So we'll trickle them down.
A worthy foe. Messy, but effective.
This is standard endless. I think the bugged form would be a lot easier, and we'd probably be able to get a lot farther. Because the bugged form only loads the War Mage minions, so you don't see mountain trolls, and we probably wouldn't even see armored ogres.
I'm not cleaning that up.
I think you'd still see Earth Lords, but you wouldn't see any Firelings or Fire Lords either. So you could, I could play both actually. After I do this one, I could play the bug version, and then we can kind of compare the difference between the two. I'd like to do that actually. This is my first endless map that I got endless on, and I got to wave like 150, 160. I just had a fun time with it, you know, because it was my first experience of the game, and it was great. Something that does confuse me a little bit here is that my score is now 37 million, but it was 30 million at wave 50, and now that I'm almost wave 75, it's only gone up like another 8 million, which is a bit odd.
That worked well.
I'm curious as to why my score dropped so much. The highest score on this right now is 76 million. Mine was 73, and that was after the first reset, while the barricade bug was still in effect. I think the barricade bug was still there. I'm not sure when I got that 73 million, but yeah, I kind of hope they redo the leaderboard at some point here in the near future.
A lesson for the rest.
Have you done any, like a no barricade run? Not on endless. I certainly have not on endless. But if I was to do a no barricade run, I would do this one. But it doesn't have fire elements on War Mage. See, whenever you play endless, you play on War Mage difficulty. Like minions, like the ogres and the orcs and stuff, they have health and speed, well, speed doesn't change, but they have the health of War Mage difficulty, not Rift Lord. So when you start it off, it's all War Mage difficulty. Which means when you play a glitched version, you're playing the War Mage version of that map. So then you don't load any like big heavy guys, and you get go breaks and stuff like that. I wanted to this there, right, and then I guess that'll work. I could put one on the other side. Actually, I might double stack those.
And down. Messy, but effective. Not sorry to see that one gone.
But Last Symphony, I think they need to make more content and get a bigger crowd before challenges really become a big thing. I know that challenges in Bloons Tower Defense, which is something that I've followed for quite a few years, have developed through the community. They've been challenging each other to run with certain, things like a no lives lost, no special heroes, that sort of thing. And right now they have Bloons Tower Defense 6 has the capability to create challenges for community use, which I'd like to see that. And I know that Last Symphony, if you join the Discord, there's a guy on there. I don't know if he's been playing anytime recently, but Time Master, he did his own restrictions there for a while, and he's played it with no damaging traps, or archers only, no traps at all, just weapons and trinkets, and he's beaten the Rift Lord and stuff with that. Yeah, some people really like playing with those restrictions just to spruce up the game if it gets too difficult. Or if it gets too easy, if it gets too easy, then they spruce up the game with challenges of their own. That's absolutely commendable.
That worked well. Who's sorting out the pieces? An excellent look. Not exactly tidy, but oh well.
I think we're gonna double stack
A
this
lesson for the rest.
on both sides.
I'll never get that out of my robes. Who's next?
More enemies
I guess I could sell the barricade and the stuff I have over on the left. I don't really need that right now. I had it for, I had this set up with the 3 gravity pillars and 3 brim on the barricade to catch any of the sappers that made it through. But since I don't have any barricades anywhere near those sappers, I guess I really don't need that.
Goodness me.
Well, in a way, the weekly challenges are playing with restrictions as well, right?
That worked well. Who's sorting out the pieces?
And if you have ideas for challenges that the community could play, then of course Discord is a great way to submit it and see if they could implement that into a weekly challenge.
Messy but effective. A lesson for the rest. Won't be the last. I'm not cleaning that up. You won't get past me. And down. That worked well. Messy, but effective. Worthy foe.
I'm beginning to wish I brought the trinket that did cooldown reduction on traps, because I haven't used the barricade heal except for like once or twice, and I didn't really need to.
A lesson for the rest.
Alright, we'll wait for this next clump of enemies before we skadoosh them. Moneybags waves are typically harder. They seem to be anyways.
Not exactly tidy, but oh well. I'll never get that out of my roads. Not exactly tidy, but oh well.
There we go. And we'll try and sell whatever we can here.
Fall, foul beasts. A lesson for the rest.
They can
I'm
shoot
sorry to see that
themselves.
one gone. A vile creature, dead.
Alright, we'll take the 7 grand and we'll run with it.
No better spot than here. Here's where they will fall.
See, if I had ballista, what I'd probably do is I would double space these and put ballistas on the outside. I wouldn't even use the gravity traps, I don't think, because I'd have enough ice to keep everything, shut down for good.
That won't be the last. Messy, but effective. I'm not cleaning that up.
Yeah, there really is endless possibility. I always say I wish they had more traps. I think everybody kind of has the same sentiment. There's just more content in general, especially boom bar rollers. Because if I had those, then I would just be a happy person. And if they brought Blood Spike back, I mean, he was my favorite hero of Unchained. But more realistically, I guess newer maps would be probably the coolest thing that they could bring back. Maybe a few traps, but definitely maps.
Who's next? Not exactly tidy, but oh well.
Speaking of maps, one thing that Unchained did really well as well is they had the maps kind of portioned off, so you could play portions of you know, Eventide Fortress, and then you had like Eventide Stables, I think is what it was, and they were like split off, and they all came together to make a map, and the sewers were in the basement of the fortress, and like everything was just kind of the same thing. All the maps really like went together, I guess. And I haven't noticed that here. Like, you've got like several different castles or forts or whatever, and they just really haven't been. I just haven't noticed them go together to make a, you know, to make a kingdom or anything.
A lesson for the rest. I'm not cleaning that up. I'll never get that out of my robes. Who's sorting out the pieces? Another threat vanquished. Who's next?
You know, I'll say if minions could stack like they did in Unchained, I think this would be better. I don't remember like fire elementals doing a crazy amount of damage versus barricades either. I don't know. I feel like pathing and units and I don't know. I think everything was just a little bit better in Unchained.
A worthy foe.
But that could just be me. I could just be, you know, salty about not having Unchained anymore.
But effective.
Alright, maybe.
Perhaps one of these.
Okay. This room's pretty much done. So I think after next wave, we'll open this top, this part here. We'll put 3 barricades on the other side. We'll fill in traps, and should be brim, spike, or tar, spike, brim. And then we'll try and make sure everything dies in here. Hopefully it works. If not, then it was a little bit presumptuous, and we'll have to try it again at a later time. But after this, I'll try and see if I can glitch it to try and play it.
Exactly tidy, but oh well. I'll never get that out of my
Try and play it with the glitched version and see the difference. Because the glitch version would be a lot more like the older version of it. I do want to see if we can get it to bug out, but it might be a little difficult. Like I said, we might lose. I don't know. I guess we're really not getting that far though. We're only getting to about here when they all die, so maybe we'll be fine by selling the traps up there. It is very young. You're right, and I definitely think that they'll be doing some good things with it. I know that they want to do good things with it, and I know that unfortunately, you know, parts of the community are a little divided as to what they want. And you know, well, like for example, like Robot, I don't think they want to ever reset leaderboards because they're afraid of, you know, negative backlash, saying, you know, I was on the top of the leaderboard and you reset it. But at the same time, it's like some people want it, or a handful of people, you know, voice their opinion saying they want it, but it's those who don't voice their opinion right away that you kind of have to look out for. So with being so as small as they are, definitely got a lot of work ahead of them for all the parts of OMD3 that they're doing.
I'm not cleaning that up.
Yeah.
That won't be the
Well, we're definitely lagging a lot.
Not exactly tidy, but oh well. Well, that was a challenge. Messy, but effective. Who's sorting out the pieces? That worked well. Messy, but effective.
Alright, we're gonna get ready to sell those Cades.
Not exactly tidy, but oh well.
And sell that, because we're gonna double stack the wall charger there for those big guys.
Who's sorting out the pieces?
Let's run over here, get these kids up, and let's hope for the best.
No better a lesson for the rest.
Tar, Spike, Brem, double chargers. Can't afford that yet. Okay. Half of them will come into this room, half of them will run into the other room, and they'll see they can't, so then they'll run into this room. What did you choose for the leaderboard? Something like a monthly leaderboard or what? Maybe like, yeah, maybe. That actually would work. A monthly, I think per version would make the most sense.
Stay back, fiends.
I think a per version would make the most sense.
My roads.
But I guess monthly and a weekly, a monthly, even daily if they get that much foot traffic, daily would kind of work. I think daily would they'd have to wait. But yeah, maybe a weekly, a monthly, and an all time. That's a pretty smart idea actually. I never thought of that. I just kind of thought they would do it by patch version.
Be gone. A lesson for the rest. Who's sorting out the pieces?
Yeah. If you could just look at each patch, well, and then they could see, and you know, we could also see like you know, who got what on patches, and you know, what caused the increase or decrease of score and stuff like that. I definitely think that could be a thing. Alright, I'm gonna need to get some gravity traps over by the barricades over in the in front of the rift. Because any elemental guys that get to that area are gonna just have a field day with those Cades. So I think we're pretty good here right now. Oh god, the lag. Okay, we so we want to double stack that, and we want to get this here with butterfly underneath. Yeah, whatever can get here is gonna have a hard time getting through this.
And down it goes. A lesson for the rest. Who's sorting out the pieces? I'll never get that out of my roads. That won't be the last.
Oh no, I goofed it up. Crap. They run down the stairs again. Now, spike walls would be good here, and there's a really good spot for a spike wall. Right here on this wall to knock everything over. That's a really good spot for a spike wall. No, I didn't goof it up. Why can't I put it? I can. Okay, because I'm just an idiot. Alright, fine. Yeah, and then any of the elemental guys that die in here, of course, give the gravity pillar something to do. How long did this go? I don't know. I thought I was going to lose once I switched the barricades over, because I thought this I'd get overwhelmed, but it really hasn't.
Another threat vanquished.
So I guess we'll go until it crashes, and we'll see what that looks like when it crashes. Of course, the reason I had switched it over is solely... Is that still firing? Okay, no. Is solely because the fire elementals would die. Some of them would die right here, and then the firelings would run up here and destroy the cave. So I figured, you know, let's switch it around. Let's open this side up. But I have to make this corridor enough of a kill box for everything on the left side, because everything on the left side has to run down here and then they see the cades, and then they run through this corridor, and they have to all die here because they're all the big guys.
That worked well.
Most of the guys. Oh, traps on stairs would be really neat. Or what if you could have like a waterfall trap? Like it triggers every once in a while, causing like orcs to slip, and you can only you place them at like top of the stairs or something, and then they flush water down the stairs. So the longer the stairs, the more effective the trap. That'd be pretty sweet. And we'll do 2 more wall charges here. We can double stack here, and then do some butterfly wall charger stuff here. And then we'll leave the rest of this blank. We probably don't need it. In here we could do a few wall chargers because things do run into the left. But after that we want to put some gravity traps up.
That won't be the last.
God, the lag is real.
A lesson for the rest. Not sorry to see that one gone.
Yeah, changing them to ramps. That'd be, yep, that could work.
And down it goes.
I mean, that's one of the issues, or one of the challenges that you have with split stair, which is, you know, you could glitch the game to play split stair endless, but that's going to be a tough one, right? Because you get sappers, but on top of that, I think that's going to be a tough one to endless. I think you'll have to eventually open both sides and trap on both sides, you know, just the same, but I don't know. Maybe you could do enough trapping in the front. But you don't have a lot of surface area to place anything on split stairs.
Who's sorting out the pieces?
Of course, I guess you'd also have to use, or make sure you try and use as best you can, the
A vile creature, dead. Goodness me!
spike walls. I don't know why I'm having a hard time thinking of stuff right now.
Cleaning that up.
It is 3:30 where I'm at.
But oh well.
Been streaming for 2 hours. This map, which is the standard official endless
Worked well.
for coastal hallways. We got to wave 79
I'll never get that
so
out of
far.
my
Hopefully it
ropes.
doesn't crash, but if it does, I can send it to him and say,
Sorting
hey,
out the pieces.
you didn't make it hard enough.
I'm not cleaning that up.
I guess real Stadia RNG gives you wooden PC.
Goodness me!
You think so? You think I got a bad server that I'm connecting to? Maybe.
A lesson for the rest.
I mean, it's definitely the game though,
Exactly tidy, but oh well.
because we had experienced this before, and we said, oh well, we either need to make it harder or make it not lag as much. And they said, okay, we'll make it harder. And well, here we are, wave 79. I think some of the guys on this right side try and go to the left side as well, which is one of the reasons why they're just trickling up here. Is because everything's just really getting taken care of before it even gets to this little room. A few things, I guess, get through. Artboards, they get through.
I'm not cleaning that.
But they don't get very far.
I'll never get that out of my ropes.
Ooh, he exploded.
That worked well. Goodness me! A lesson for the rest. A worthy foe. Not sorry to see that one gone.
That armored ogre is running for his life.
You won't
man.
get past me. And down it goes. That won't be the last.
I guess I'll just leave those traps there. I'm sure they're not really effective anymore, but we'll just leave them, I guess. Why not? We'll build a little bit more out here. I guess a double stack probably. Well, we could probably leave it at that, and then just build out to this square. So tar brim, tar. And leave that there, and then just put some of these up here. Put 3 there, maybe another one here, and just probably 3x3 area in front of it. So just do here, 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 and then down here as well. Let me start with that and see how that goes.
Goodness me!
I don't know, we're 42 million, so maybe we can get,
A worthy foe.
maybe we can catch high score again. We gotta beat 76 to get high score. If we can get high score on this with the newest patch, that'd be pretty cool.
Who's next?
Oh, wait.
I'll never
Minimal
get
barricades
out
on
of my
this,
roads.
by the way. Minimal.
I'm not cleaning that up.
But necessary. Well, actually, honestly, we might be able to get to a point where we don't need new barricades at all.
A vile creature.
So if we trap here all the way up to the rift,
That worked well.
like, things are having a hard time getting to us where it is. And then if we open this other room, then part of them are going to come to this room, part of them in that room. And then we can trap this room a lot.
Not exactly tidy,
Alright, so they're
but
running
oh well.
right up here, which isn't really a problem, I guess. I guess it triggers the gravity trap playing on cooldown, but
Well, that
it's not really a big deal. Now we can trap all this up here.
not cleaning that up.
No barricades at all. And then see how long we last. But we have to load all the traps. It's got to count for all the enemies. So,
Won't
yeah.
be the last.
Thinking about moving the barricades up a little bit. Instead of putting them back here, put them like here, so that way they don't run all the way back here to see them. And they don't run in to trigger these.
Perfection. Messy, but effective. That worked well. Another threat vanquished. Goodness me! I'm not cleaning that up. And down it goes. Who's sorting out the pieces? A vile creature, dead. I'll never get that out of my robes. Not sorry to see that one gone.
He didn't get very far. Certainly didn't get very far.
Not exactly tidy, but oh well. A lesson for the rest. Ouchie. Messy, but effective. That worked well.
I'd agree. Orcs Must Die Unchained Endless was really well made.
Messy, but effective.
I got a lot of videos, of course, for Unchained. One of them was Eventide Fortress. I got to wave 50, but I lost on wave 50 with brass. But I was able to beat wave 50 with on Banquet Hall for the achievement. Banquet Halls made it possible. It was easy enough. Oh yeah, I forgot to sell those 2 barricades and pull them out farther. So if I pull them out here, then enemies shouldn't path right into those gravity traps, forcing the stuff. I just want to make sure that I don't lose those, so that way if I'm able to go in AFK, I can. I don't know if I'll be able to reach that though. I mean,
Not sorry to see that one gone.
fire elementals take bonus arcane, I think. That's it.
Not exactly
I think
tidy,
it was.
but oh well.
I don't remember exactly, but they take reduced physical, reduced or normal fire. Oh, they might take extra ice, but the firelings they take extra ice. I think they take like even more extra ice than anything else. I don't know.
Who's sorting out the pieces? I'm not cleaning that up. Not exactly tidy, but oh well. I'll never get that out of my robes. Well, that was a challenge. Messy, but effective. Goodness me! A vile creature, dead. And down it goes. A lesson for the rest. That worked well. That won't be the last.
Also with Unchained, with it being a
Sorting out the pieces.
oh good, they ran this way, not the other way. With it being like a locally downloaded game or whatever,
Goodness me!
it played smoother,
Never get that out of my robes.
which was nice. Because this is a little bit on the laggy side.
Messy, but effective.
All right.
A lesson for the rest.
Yeah, we're definitely gonna need. Definitely.
Well,
Yeah. Fuck.
that's
Okay.
desperate. Let's try that again.
All right. And
I'm not
stutter
cleaning that
and
up.
not. They are dancing around.
Well,
Oh my god.
who's sorting out the pieces?
I'm gonna try and clear up some of the guys on the left. Yeah, we need to not let those trigger freely.
Goodness me! Messy, but effective. That worked well.
I mean, maybe they'll still run. Oh no, they shouldn't run directly onto it. Or on top.
Not sorry to see that one gone. Another threat vanquished. Not exactly tidy, but oh well.
We'll see how they are affected by the barricades move.
Who's next? This should work.
More enemies on the way!
I'll do that and then I'll build another row here. And that should stop any fireling from leaking up and destroying those gates.
And down it goes. Messy, but effective. Who's sorting out the pieces? I'm not cleaning that up. Not exactly tidy, but oh well. That worked well. I'll never get that out of my robes. A vile creature. Goodness me! Who's sorting out the pieces? I'll never get that out of my robes. That worked well. Messy, but effective. A worthy foe. Not exactly tidy, but oh well. That won't be the last. I'm not cleaning that up. A lesson for the rest. Well, that was a challenge. Not exactly tidy, but oh well. Messy, but effective. And down it goes. Who's sorting out the pieces? I'll never get that out of my robes. Goodness me! That worked well. I'm not cleaning that up. Messy, but effective. A 5, not exactly tidy, but oh well. Who's next? Goodness me! Who's sorting out the pieces? I'll never get that out of my robes. Another threat vanquished. A vile creature, dead.
More enemies on the way!
A worthy foe. Well, that was a challenge. That worked well. A lesson for the rest. Not sorry to see that one gone. Messy, but effective. That worked well. Won't be the last. I'll never get that out of my robes. Who's next? Not exactly tidy, but oh well. Goodness me! Another threat vanquished. Not sorry to see that one gone. I'm not cleaning that up. Who's next? Worthy foe. Who's sorting out the pieces? That won't be the last. Well, that was a challenge. effective. A lesson for the rest. I'm not cleaning that up. I'll never get that out of my robes. A worthy foe. Not exactly tidy, but oh well. And down it goes. Goodness me! A lesson for the rest. An excellent location. Perhaps one of these. Messy, but effective. Who's sorting out the pieces? That won't be the last.
More enemies on the way! Ow!
I'm not cleaning that up. Well, that was a challenge. Not who's sorting out the pieces. Goodness me! A worthy foe. Messy, but effective. Another threat vanquished.
Oh yeah, my mic is muted. Look at that. Oh my god. Sorry, man. I was like answering your questions and stuff, and my mic was muted. And my apologies, dude. Thanks for letting me know. Okay, so the lag is real. I'm gonna go back to your earlier stuff. Yes, the lag is real. I don't think it's Stadia. I think it's Orcs Must Die. I keep trying to blame Stadia, and then Robot keeps blaming themselves, and I'm like, okay, if you want to take the blame, I guess you can have it, right? You prefer OMD unless other than OMD 3, 2, or 1. I agree. It was tough. I have a video of me playing Brass, getting to up to wave 50 on Eventide Fortress, and that was difficult to do. I also have like past wave 50, I think, of Banquet Hall, but it was like with a team. I really like the fact that you could do 3 people on a map as well. That was really cool. I don't know why they limit you to 2 people now, because if you had 3 people, you could essentially probably bring every trap. You said you don't know why devs added old maps from Unchained. They're huge and beautiful. Yeah, I was with my mic muted, I was mentioning that I think these all have like a dreary dark bluish undertone that are very kind of sad to look at, and I wish that they had well, Unchained was a lot more colorful, bright, outside, lit up, that kind of thing. So there's definitely a difference in art and how they wanted it to look.
Exactly tidy, but oh well.
And then you were saying that OMD2 has a few OMD1 maps. Yes. I never played OMD1 or 2 very much. I played 2. I guess I like ran through 2, just generally speaking.
I'm not cleaning that up.
And I never really played 1 very much. But
Well,
I think if you were to ask a robot employee, they would say because of balance issues, they don't bring back maps. I don't know. That seems to be a kind of just a scapegoat answer, but a general answer that they're giving is just because of balancing issues. I mean, I guess you want it to be playable for new guys, and if the traps and the setup and stuff that you have for the game currently make it too easy, then so be it, I suppose. They don't have pirate minions, they don't have order minions, they don't have frost minions, so you know some of those maps aren't going to be able to make it just because they don't have them.
very good.
So there's also that.
Not sorry to see that one gone.
Well, not only that, I suppose also the Unchained maps had a or a trap limit
Me.
as well.
I'll never
So
get that out of my road.
they might say because of that reason it's also a balancing issue.
Who's sorting
Because
out
if you
the
can put as
pieces?
many traps as you want, then you can essentially, you know, go forever, for endless anyways. You're never going to use 120 traps on Banquet to beat a 5-skill Rift Lord. Like, you're never going to do that. Balance issues, yeah, it's the answer for everything. Exactly. Exactly. That's why the characters can't be any more powerful. That's why, you know, tar traps aren't any different if you have the fire upgrade or the slow upgrade. They don't look any different. Stuff like that, you know. Balance issues. If you made them look the same, if you made them look different, then maybe that would make players better. I'm kidding, but seriously. I'm just a simple man. I just want my gravity traps. I want boom barrel rollers because I'm a simple man, but also I want gravity traps to pull everybody like normal.
A worthy foe.
I just want blood spike. I want the map Orcatraz, and I want boom barrel rollers, and I want them all back.
I'm not cleaning that up.
And that's it. Simple man. And I want gravity traps to work
All the
like normal.
rest.
And then that's it.
Messy, but effective.
Oh, and ballistas. I want ballistas and archers to work like normal as well. But more importantly, ballistas, I just think they have the same. Yeah, exactly.
Well, that was a challenge.
It was healthy for the server, exactly. You know. And I don't know if you were here the last time I had talked about this, but in Orcs Must Die 2, they had the guy going to 500, way 500, right, with the sports. Well, in OMD2, Endless was limited to the amount of enemies that came out. And so they had an unlimited amount of trap, but a limited amount of enemies. And the problem with that is you were able to
Not exactly tidy.
AFK with spores, because the spore cooldown was long enough, or was short enough, I guess, for the wave to end, and you put enough of them out there, you can get to that late 500, 1000, it doesn't matter. Once you reach a certain point, you're not going to see any extra enemies come out.
A lesson for the rest.
But in Unchained, you kind of had the opposite, where you had limited traps but unlimited enemies, and that made it tougher. Of course, what Juice was saying on Discord is that the Unchained was kind of built around having heroes, and so the balance of the game was built around having heroes. Whereas, so the traps kind of did less, and the heroes did more. Whereas in 2, the traps did more and the heroes did less.
And down it goes.
I mean, that's just information. I don't know what I think about the information, but
I'm not cleaning that up. Who's sorting out the pieces?
I mean, it makes sense to not bring back heroes that can like insta-kill stuff, because right now we're doing fine, you know. And of course, the late game Endless on Unchained was also pretty hard to beat,
I'll never
because you
get
would,
that
you
out
know,
of
start
my
taking a
road.
lot of damage, kind of like going overtime and sabotage. Sabotage, man, I miss that. I might have been one of the only people that really loved sabotage, but good lord, man, that shit was fun. Oh, it's 85. I got money bags down there. I had me some fun on some sabotage, let me tell you. I think sabotage was good for several reasons, other than the fact that it was just fun to play. Like, in my personal opinion, it was. But also, you got to see what other people were doing, because you could, you look at the mini map and see what other people were building as far as their barricade layout, and then if they had something that you'd never thought of before, you could then use that, on your next playthrough. So you got to learn through other people, at least I did. It helped me learn the game through other people, and I never played an OMD game before that. And I'm about to trigger you because I'm about to put a tar trap right there on that corner. CT, what was that? CT. Chaos Trials. Yeah, Chaos Trials were great. That was a good idea as well. And, I had mentioned earlier there's a sort of Chaos Trial-like scenario thing going on in Bloons TD6. It's a Chaos Trial thing, and it's sort of like that, where you have like a group of maps that you play through, and but in that you only get a certain amount of towers to bring with you, and there's limitations and stuff that you set up beforehand, and you get those limitations throughout, which they could definitely implement here. But yeah, Chaos Trials were very good, and they had the sabotage style effects to use on Chaos Trials.
A lesson for the rest. A worthy foe.
Now, one of the cool things so Time Master has been working on. He's the one who's behind the bootleg offline version of Unchained, and he's been working on that. And I played it, and you can play any of the maps endless with unlimited traps. Well, not everything works, but for the most part. And actually, the very first one that you can play endless is like the training map that you start off with, that like library one. And that's one of the things I think Unchained did really well, was introducing new players to the game, because I was introduced to the game through Unchained. I hadn't heard of or maybe I'd heard of the franchise before when I looked for tower defense games, like just Google searching them. And I think I found like Plants vs. Zombies and stuff, but then at first I just wasn't really excited about it. But once I played Unchained, I was like, oh, this is a lot of fun. Then again, I also skipped the beta playthroughs where they had that MOBA style coming in. Which honestly I'd be really okay with. It's just I understand the divide between the old players and then the Unchained players, and how they kind of, by introducing that, they kind of left the old players out to the pastures.
Never get that out of my roads.
Well, I say that's probably my favorite hero, definitely. Well, yeah, okay, actually, yeah, you're right. All three of those are my favorite. I just love the character of Blood Spike. I loved his ability to insta-kill things and like stun everything around him and gain lots and lots of health. Other than Boom Barrel Roller, one of the things we're missing here, and I don't know if they're ever going to bring it back, but the big game hunting ballista and the big game hunting arrow wall and stuff like that, which no one ever used anything other than the ballista. Those are really good, and if they bring the big game hunting stuff to target bosses and gnolls, specifically gnolls, I think that would be a pretty big help in some of the maps, because you get Gnoll Grenadiers. And if you stand on the other side of the rift, they'll still throw grenades at you, and like even if you die, you respawn fast enough for them to then retarget you and run back to you wherever you are, and they'll constantly kill you. It's just so freaking annoying that they just don't target the rift when you're on the other side of it. And so BGHs would work well for that.
Who's next? Goodness me!
And again, also if you glitch endless with war scenarios, then you get extra bosses to fight, so they'd work for that too.
Not sorry to see that one gone.
More enemies on the way.
I think we'll double stack this side and then single stack this side with butterfly.
Ow!
Yeah, it's it was a stretch. Seeing it for the first time, that's how I got into the game. Was I saw Markiplier's video, and Markiplier's video was that PvP MOBA style thing, and I thought that was just ingenious. I was like,
I'm not cleaning that up.
this is just so smart. You get to play a hero, you get to place traps, and you fight other heroes, and objectives and stuff. Now then again, I had played League since the end of Season 1 for League, so I'd played League for a long time. And I also played Warcraft 3, and I loved the tower defense community in Warcraft 3, which kind of helped give birth to Dota. And so, I kind of have that that love for those kinds of games. And of course, I was big into tower defense games before that. Big into the Balloons franchise. Gym TD is one of my favorite TDs. There's several others that I had played back in college and even in high school. StarCraft, I played a lot of StarCraft as well, which, if you play Terran, you can get your base set up with siege tanks and really be really hard to take down. So you can really build defensively, or all those photon cannons from Protoss. I don't know. I just like the whole turtling defensive play. Age of Empires does it for me. And so when I saw that, I was like, this is when I saw the PvP style for Orcs Must Die, I was like, this is pretty ingenious. I got to get into this. And then I got in and they didn't have it, and I was like, come on, where is it? But no. Then I ended up liking the game just as this tower defense game, and not necessarily as PvP. But then I got into Sabotage, and every time I get on, I would just try and play Sabotage as much as I could. I ended up playing against like 1 or 2 people because they would always be on, and they were the only ones. And and like I said, I get to see what they did, their barricade layouts, and I learned from them.
I'll never get that out of my robes.
Okay, we're gonna skadoosh him.
For the rest.
Hopefully he doesn't break the game. Okay, we're still good. We're still alive. Wave 87.
Not sorry to see that one gone. Another threat.
Yeah, nothing's even getting close to us. We might have reached the point already where we could AFK. But I want to make sure, so I'm going to keep building outwards. But I think we've reached the point where I can AFK. And I don't even have to worry about barricades being destroyed. So I don't even need to use my trinket, I really could have done the extra cooldown for the trinket. I really could have. The extra second cooldown. But yeah, tomorrow we'll go through the patch notes and we'll take a look at that. We'll take a look at the traps and how they're affected by those patch notes and stuff.
That won't be the last.
And then I'll use this endless as an example for some patch notes as well. Of course, I'll let Juice know what I was able to do and how I was able to get this far, and that he needs to make it harder. And he needs to put every 5 waves, switch out money bags for Gorbash.
Not exactly tidy, but oh well.
No. Yes. And add an extra Gorbash every 5 waves on top of that. And then put a couple of Swifty Hooves in. Or whatever his name is. Mongrofel.
I'm not cleaning that up. Who's sorting out the pieces?
And he could skip Zelzador, because Zelzador sucks as a boss. He's a joke.
Messy, but effective. Another threat vanquished.
But no, this map I think is just like I said before. This map is easy enough to do with this strat, this setup.
For the rest. Who's
Yeah,
next?
dude, the mercs when they introduced those, it was
Well,
nice. The mercs were huge. Now I like I said, I didn't play during the beta, so I didn't see you know, Bianca running at you or Smolder or anyone like that.
another threat
I
vanquished.
think they got rid of that at the beta. They had like a few mercs and then they got more mercs later on because the Knoll trainer, I think that was his name. He came in later on, I think. But oh, and the dwarves. Yeah, they had the shield dwarves. Those guys were kind of a pain in the ass. And the Swifty Hooves, like runners, they would like block damage or whatever. Those were a pain in the ass. Yeah, they really had they really had something good with Unchained, and I hope they can get it to where this game, you know, it's not RNG. You're right. They spawn the same enemies at the same spots. Yeah. No, I agree. The RNG then made it easy. I mean, there were the spots that they'd spawn, but which ones spawned were of course different. Or where they spawned was different, but they like each time you played the map, it was maybe spawn in a different spot. Well, no, I don't know. Did they? I thought maybe they did spawn in the same spots. I don't know. I don't remember. Now that I think about it, I think they did, because I think the first Unstable Rift on Banquet Hall spawns on the left side, and then the second one on the right side in the back, and the third one on the right side in the front. And but maybe not. Well, they had their predetermined locations where they would spawn. Yeah, Bouncer Bear was. He would just keep running outside the map and back in and out, and he was a bit annoying though, to be honest. Like, he was a hard one to take down there later on, because you didn't want to, like, you kind of wanted to let him leave him bugged and leave him running around, but at the same time you knew that if he ever decided to like run at you, he's going to destroy all your Cades. Yeah, Bouncer Bear. He was an interesting fella. We're just going to alternate the double stacking of these.
Not sorry to see that one gone. I'm not cleaning that up.
Yeah, it was very funny how it works. But again, if they bring back the big game hunting ballistas and stuff, then they should definitely bring back mercenaries. Mercenaries made the whole thing that much more challenging. Because in mercenaries, which one you got was random. You knew when the wave was to get them and which gate they'd spawn out of, but you didn't know what you got. And the dwarf was also a bit hard to deal with as well. You know. Actually, they all really were. Well, the mage wasn't so bad. The mage was annoying because, you know, you split off and it was hard to tell which one was real. But yeah, true. Well, and the dwarf, the thing about him is he just like walked around. Like, he didn't even try and go through the well, he didn't go over barricades or anything, but he would, you know, walk back and forth, just shielding everybody. And if that's where your kill box was, then you wouldn't kill anything. And then you had that little kobold guy that was so annoying to catch.
Who's next?
Man, he was a tough cookie. He'd disable everything, you have to run back through and destroy all its little droppings. Yeah.
That won't be the last.
What I don't like so much in this one is the hunters will like run at you to hit you for like the entire map. They'll just search for you.
Goodness me.
Yeah, Dwarf Priest. That's what I meant. Dwarf Priest. Yeah, he shielded everybody from all the damage. He's probably the worst one to have, like, fighting against.
Not sorry to see that one gone. Who's sorting out the pieces?
But I liked in that one how the Null Hunters would would go for the rift if the rift was closer. Whereas in this one, they like go for you unless you're in an area where you can't
Not exactly
be
tidy,
attacked.
but oh well.
Forcing you to like walk off the map, which does suck.
A worthy foe.
So if I put this here, yeah, that's fine. I put that one off that one.
I'll never get that
Like
out
this
of
here,
my
and then
road.
this here. And then another one
Messy,
like right
but
there.
effective.
And then start building out that way. That'll work. Let me just hang out in this corner.
A vile creature, dead. Goodness me!
Yeah, he was definitely more irritating.
Another threat vanquished. I'm
That was his
cleaning
name.
that up.
Chaotic Kobold, yeah. God, he was annoying. You know, you're playing with Max or something, you go up to like stun him and you miss.
Who's sorting
And
out
then
the
your stun's on
pieces?
cooldown, you're like, fuck. Yeah, go back and clean up after him. Yeah, he was an annoying one. But I would be happy if they brought them back.
Well, that was a challenge.
Yeah, we build here, 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 here. Yep, and then over this way. And then we get to here. And we can build this, and then this. And then we run down this way with Cades. Running to here, run this way with Cades till about there. And then everything else is damage traps. We can probably just start cading before, we can just finish all of our cading probably before we need to do anything else.
More enemies on the way!
Ow!
I want to see if I can get to wave 160 again. Because last night I played one. It was a glitched version of a map that's not actually endless, but I played it endless, and I think I got to wave 60 or so and it crashed.
That worked well.
So I'm kind of curious if I can get that far here or not. I also really hope I don't have any problems with the firelings.
That won't be the last. I'll never get that out of my roads.
Well, actually, on second thought, I think I should
I'm
trap
not
this up,
cleaning that up.
this ceiling with I think I should trap up this little room, and then I'll start building the barricades out through there, because of the fire or the earthlings can sometimes make it through pretty far, and then I can put gravity traps up there.
Goodness me! Not sorry to see that one gone. Who's sorting out the pieces? Not exactly tidy, but oh well. Messy,
I gotta check on something.
a vile creature, dead. I'm not cleaning that up. Who's sorting out the pieces? Finish them off! And down it goes. That worked well. Stay back, fiends. Not exactly tidy, but oh well. That won't be the last. Fall, foul beasts! Well, that was it. I'll never get that out of my robes. A lesson for the rest. Not exactly tidy, but oh well. Messy, but effective. Not sorry, I'm not cleaning that up. A worthy foe. A vile creature, dead.
More enemies on the way.
Oh, I might have left my mic on. Yeah, DU had lots of potential, and you're also right about the whole faction thing. They definitely could have. I was really waiting to see what they would add next, because their like Chinese Lunar Year or whatever was like super cool. I also was planning on playing DU forever. I just thought it was such a cool game, and
Who's next?
man, just a genius game. That's all.
Me.
But here we are.
Never get that out of my robes.
Well, like I said, you know, if Time Master is able to get Unchained up and running back to its full self, then maybe it'll be playable again, sort of.
Messy, but effective.
And I get why they don't want to release the code for the game, because they don't want anybody necessarily mimicking what they do.
Well,
But they also, I mean, even though they could just do a few like trusted people like Time Master, they also,
sorting out the pieces.
I think because they have 3 released and they want 3 to succeed, that they don't want people to like go back to Unchained and say, oh, it's so much better, and then they don't make any money off of that, and they don't make any money off of 3 either, and then Robot ceases to exist, So I definitely want to support Robot in making 3 great, like Unchained was. It's just, it's got to be its own game. It's got to be its own version. Even though Unchained was great, 3's not quite there yet. It still has to be its own version, so we'll see.
Messy, but effective. That won't be the last. I'll never get that out of my robes. Goodness me! I'm not cleaning that up. That worked well. A lesson for the rest. Not exactly tidy, but oh well. Well, that's a challenge.
Yeah. Well, if 3 becomes super popular, once it sees its Steam release and it really like picks up traction, I could definitely see them making another like Orcs Must Die Unchained 2, version 2 or something. But maybe that's why they don't want to give out the code, is because they are keeping it just in case they have to make a second one, or they can make a second one.
Goodness me!
But the problem was the vision of Unchained was so much different than the vision of 2. that it threw a lot of people off and turned a lot of people away. But I think if they released Unchained now, even after 3's lifespan, you know, after 3 lasted like a year or two, if they release Unchained again, just as is, and then they start working on it again, I think people would come back. I would certainly come back to Unchained, and they can you know, have other ideas and stuff. But I think Brass is maybe a little bit overpowered, especially in solo play, because you're able to spam her right mouse button while Unchained. And I know that they said you weren't supposed to do that, but you were able to do that. So
Who's next?
just stuff like that, you know, they'd have to go in and mess around a little bit with what's what. Oh yeah, it's wave 90. Let's go grab that money.
More enemies on the way.
Are we?
Still have that undue as business failure, but they still get up. Yeah, it was, unfortunately.
Not sorry to see
We can only hope, though, you know. They've still got that audio bug. I'm gonna go ahead and turn down that sound. Oh, those icons are new. Oh, they have voice volume now. No, they always had that. Yeah, those are new. I wonder if was that there before? I wish you could like just skip the scenario dialogue portion altogether. But I don't know.
Well, that was a challenge. Goodness me.
I hope so too.
A lesson for the rest.
But like I said, I mean, I want to give it a few years.
Messy.
It's still pretty early on for that to even be possible.
I'm not cleaning that up.
But yeah, I hope in Stadia it grabs enough traction, and then in Steam,
Worthy foe.
you know, a lot of the bugs and everything are worked out. Some of it might be Stadia version bugs, but I think most of it's still within the game itself. They get it worked out, they release it on Steam, and that's where they do their huge marketing. Like, when they marketed to Markiplier, I was a little confused because I know that Markiplier does a lot of, like, you know, he's just one of those big YouTubers that you get a lot of eyes on it, but it doesn't necessarily mean that everybody's going to like it. And the audience that Markiplier has, it's very vast and diverse. But if they were to go to tower defense game, you know, because it is a tower defense, pretty heavy into tower defense, because it is, if they went to that genre of YouTuber, they probably find themselves with more people. And I think of people like Witty Warcraft and Super John Bombo specifically. Like if I was to get 2 YouTubers on board with trying this out, testing it, and showing it to their audience, I would get those 2 YouTubers specifically. And there's a couple of other Bloons Tower Defense YouTubers out there that are also pretty worthy of a game like this, where they would. There's one guy, I think it's ISAB, who kind of min-maxes everything. You know, Super Jump Bomb just plays for fun and creates stories and a fun time. But then you got someone like ISAB who min-maxes everything and, you know, wants to know the ins and outs of the game and stuff like that. He'd be a good person to bring him on board as well. So, hopefully their marketing team is, when they do their streamer launch, they hit huge in marketing, spend a lot of money into marketing, and they get a lot in return, enough to pay it back, and more. And then everybody in the world jumps on this game, and then it's the newest game of the season. I don't know. You know. But I'm always curious about, you know, in the marketing field, you hear that video games like get to be in a video game magazine or something, and I just can't help but to wonder who in the hell reads a video game magazine. Like, do gamers really check that stuff out? I don't know. I certainly don't.
A lesson
You know,
for the
but
rest.
maybe some people do read those. I don't know.
Not exactly tidy, but oh well.
I've always thought that to be a little bit odd.
That worked well.
Alright, well, we got a handful of stuff coming up here. I still don't think any of them are fire elementals. No, just earth elementals, it looks like. Get Earth Lords breaking into earth elementals. Breaking into earthlings.
Down it goes.
Somebody else might be streaming right now. Might be streaming Orcs.
Messy, but effective.
Check them out. And lag while I do it. Hey, look at that.
I'm not
There's somebody
big
else
about
on there. I quested. Oh, you guys are watching on YouTube though. Hey, he's
Not sorry to see that
he's
one
tag
gone.
teaming it with a party member. I'll probably get kill streaks. You get more enemies to do kill streaks. Like, watch these yellow guys at the top. They're gonna all blow up at once, and I'm gonna get a huge kill streak off of that. Maybe not huge, but it's gonna be good. Yeah, if you guys are watching, I mean, I'll be here for a while. If you guys want to check out the this Quested, I don't know. I guess it's English.
That won't be
All
the
this
last.
information's in English. You can check him out on Twitch there. Give him some pointers.
Next.
Looks like his traps are under.
I'll
Oh,
never get
hi.
that out of my
Love you.
roads.
You know,
Not
but he's on
exactly
Twitch,
tidy,
so
but oh well.
I stream on both platforms because not enough people stream Orcs Must Die.
That worked well.
What is that? Is that the stone staff? That looks dope. Guy shooting off. Oh, he's Edgar shooting off stone staff, and it's got like this little cool little trail on it. I guess I've never seen the backside of the projectile. Well, anyways, I'll stop watching somebody else's game and start playing my own.
Another threat bank. Who's sorting out the pieces?
So we can't put two there. So we'll just put that there, and we'll put another one not there, but there, I guess. Yeah, it's lagging.
Down it goes.
Hardcore, so I guess I don't know, you guys must like slideshows or something. Sticking around watching this.
A vile creature. A lesson for the rest.
Alright, man. Have a good sleep. Have a good day tomorrow. Like I said, I'll be on doing some wiki stuff, testing stuff. So feel free to jump on during that time and you know, see what I do with this. It's gonna go right to YouTube after it gets done streaming. So see what happens with this tomorrow, and I'll probably put stuff in the Discord as well with information that I found about how difficult and how challenging this is. Cheers to you, mate.
Not sorry to see that one gone. Who's sorting out the pieces? Messy, but effective. And down it goes. Goodness me! Another threat vanquished. That won't be the last.
Yeah, same. I love watching you guys. You know what? I'm gonna put in this Twitch chat that he can join the Discord. Actually, I forget to do that sometimes.
A worthy foe.
Oh, that's
I'll
me.
never get that out of my roads. That That worked well. Messy, but effective. A vile creature, dead. I'll never get that out of my roads. Goodness me! Not exactly tidy, but oh well. A lesson for the rest. Not sorry to see that one gone. A worthy foe. Ouchie.
More enemies on
There
the way.
it goes. Yeah, this is fine. Like, they don't even get halfway past this choke.
Cool. I don't want to take any of his audio, just in case.
Who's sorting out the pieces?
Wonder if I can put that on a different channel. Got everything coming through my.
I'm not cleaning that up.
Got me coming through my
I'll
thing there.
never get that out of my roads. And down it goes.
Well, that's just
That won't
Good
be
on
the
him.
last.
Using shock zappers. It's good.
Who's next?
Good trap. I guess it's the ally bringing him. Ha. His friend brought the wind bracer. That's a good one.
Goodness me.
That's neat. Good on him. Well, you guys should check him out. Don't watch me. I'm boring. I'm just laying here.
Well, that
I'm gonna put it in my Twitch chat, and because I don't want to sign into my YouTube chat. I guess I will. I can sign into that, I guess. There you go. You can go over to him. And then tell him about our Lord and Savior OMD3 Discord.
down it goes.
And then
Who's sorting out the pieces?
swing back over, you know.
Who's next?
I'll probably still be here, or I'll lag out. And then I'll probably watch him for a while, and then, well, after I lag out or end this endless, I'll hop over to his and watch his. If he's still on, if he's not, then I'll just make dinner and chill for a bit, probably the rest of the day, and then I'll be on tomorrow. Did I say I was going to do something else today? I think I did. I said I was going to do something else on Orcs today. Oh yeah, I was going to run this with on the glitched version. Well, I can do that at any point.
Another threat that worked well. A lesson for the rest. That won't be the last. A word. Who's sorting out the pieces? That won't be the last.
All right, we'll
Well, that
get a few more traps placed here. Now we're able to back up into this section,
that worked well.
And wait for more money to come in.
But, oh well. A vile creature, dead. I'll never get that out of my robes.
I love you. Stop receiving the email back yet?
Not sorry to see that one
give me
gone.
that.
I'm not cleaning that up.
Definitely. Surprise. What do you mean? Oh. Yep. And do you want it? Okay. Do you want it? Yes or no? Regardless.
More enemies on the way!
Goodness me!
Oh, I felt that.
Messy, but effective. Another threat vanquished. That worked well.
Well, I read it. You're supposed to sleep on your
A lesson for the rest.
Good.
Who's sorting out the pieces? Not exactly tidy, but oh well.
That's it.
And down it goes. Well, that was a challenge. A worthy foe. Goodness me! I'll never get that out of my robes. Who's next? Messy, but effective. A vile creature, dead. That won't be the last. I'm not cleaning that up. A lesson for the rest. Another threat vanquished. That worked well. Not sorry to see that one gone. Well, that was a challenge. That won't be the last. A worthy foe. A lesson for the rest. Another threat vanquished. Drive them back. Who's sorting out the pieces? I'll never get that out of my robes. Messy, but effective. Goodness me! I'm not cleaning that up. Not exactly tidy, but oh well. A lesson for the rest. I'll never get that out of my robes. Who's sorting out the pieces? Away with you! Goodness me!
More enemies on the way!
One of these here? Drive them back! Who's next? Messy, but effective. Fall, foul beasts! A vile creature, dead. That worked well. A lesson for the rest. And down it goes. A vile creature, dead. Not sorry to see that one gone. I'm not cleaning that up. Who's next? I'll never get that out of my robes. Goodness me! That won't be the last. A worthy foe. I'm not exactly tidy, but oh well. Well, that was a challenge. Messy, but effective. Who's sorting out the pieces? You won't get past me. A vile creature, dead. That won't be the last. Who's messy, but effective. This should work. A worthy foe. Not sorry to see that one gone. And down it goes. Another threat vanquished. Finish them off! I'm not cleaning that up. A lesson for the rest. That worked well. A vile creature, dead. Goodness me! I'll never get that out of my robes. Who's sorting out the pieces? Goodness me! A worthy foe.
More enemies on the way!
Hey, what's up, Poppy Meadows? What is the highest level? Will it go on forever? I don't know. It'll probably crash. But so far, I've gotten a lot farther since prior to this update. Prior to this update, it crashed around wave 30, or I'm not 30, 80. Now I'm sitting comfortable at 96, although I feel like it's going to crash soon. I have gotten this level before, like when it first released. I got to this level around wave 160 or so, 150 maybe, and then I gave up on it because I needed to do stuff. So it could have gone on a lot farther, and that's my 73 million score that's on this level right now. But since the recent patch, I figured I'd take a look at it and see how it does, and well, it's going pretty far. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see if it still holds up. I'm really expecting it to crash though, so I'm kind of AFK right now. I just happened to see your message there.
Not sorry to see that one gone. Messy, but effective. Who's next? That worked well. Well, that was a challenge. I'm not cleaning that up. A vile creature, dead. Be gone! A worthy foe. Not exactly tidy, but oh well. Another threat vanquished. Not sorry to see that one gone. Who's sorting out the pieces? And down it goes. Goodness me! Who's next? A lesson for the rest. A vile creature, dead. And down it goes. Another threat vanquished. That won't be the last. I'm not cleaning that up. Finish them off! That worked well. Away with you! Well, that was... I'll never get that out of my robes. Not sorry to see that one gone. A worthy foe. No
More
better spot
enemies
than
on
here.
the way!
I'll never get that out of my robes. lesson for the rest. Who's sorting out the pieces? I'm not cleaning that up. That worked well. Goodness me! Who's next? Drive them back! And down. Not exactly tidy, but oh well. That worked well. A vile creature, dead. Stay back, fiends. Messy, but effective. Goodness me! A lesson for the rest. Another threat vanquished. Who's sorting out the pieces? Well, that was a challenge. I'm not cleaning that up. You won't get past me. I'll never get that out of my robes. That worked well. Not sorry it is messy, but effective. A lesson for the rest. That won't be the last. Goodness me! A worthy foe. A vile creature, dead. I'm not cleaning that up. Another threat vanquished. Who's sorting out the pieces? Not exactly tidy, but oh well. And down it goes. Who's next? Not sorry to see that one gone. Well, that was a challenge. Who's sorting out the pieces? A vile creature, dead.
More enemies on the way!
Fall, foul beasts! goes. Messy, but effective. Goodness me! I'll never get that out of my robes. I'm not cleaning that up. I must have more coin. That worked well. I'll never get that out of my robes. A lesson for the rest. Back. Messy, but effective. Away with you! That won't be the last. Not exactly tidy, but oh well. Who's next? I'm not cleaning that up. Not sorry to see that one gone. Another threat vanquished. A worthy foe.
What's going on, Ethan?
And down it goes. Who's sorting out the pieces? I'll never get that out of my robes. Who's next? Another threat a lesson for the rest. I'm not cleaning that up. A vile creature, dead. Goodness me! Not exactly tidy, but oh well. Messy, but effective. Drive them back. Well, that was a challenge. That won't be the last.
More enemies on the way!
Begone! Not sorry to see that one gone. Fall, foul beasts! That worked well. I'll never get that out of my robes. A lesson for the rest. Messy, but effective. Who's sorting out the pieces? Goodness me! You won't get past me. I'm not cleaning that up. Not exactly tidy, but oh well. Well, that's a challenge. Perhaps one of these. I'll never get that out of my robes. Goodness me! A worthy foe. Finish them off! And down it goes. Messy, but effective. Who's sorting out the pieces? A vile creature, dead. A lesson for the rest. Another threat vanquished. That won't be the last. Stay back, fiends. Who's next? Well, that was a challenge. You won't get past me. A worthy foe. I'm not cleaning that up. That won't be the last. A lesson for the rest. Messy, but effective. sorry to see that one gone. I'm not cleaning that up. I'll never get that out of my robes.
More enemies on the way!
Be gone! And down it goes. Another threat vanquished. Who's sorting out the pieces? Not exactly tidy, but oh well. A vile creature, dead. I'm not cleaning that up. Who's next? Not sorry to see that one gone. And down it goes. Away with you! A worthy foe! Another threat vanquished. Well, that was a challenge. Messy, but effective. That won't be the last. Who's sorting out the pieces? A lesson for the rest. Another threat vanquished. Well, that was a challenge. A vile creature, dead. Who's next? And down it goes. Not sorry to see that one gone. That worked well. exactly tidy, but oh well. I'll never get that out of my robes. Goodness me! Oh, messy, but effective. Who's next? I'm not cleaning that up. Drive them back! Not sorry to see that one gone.
More enemies on the way!
Finish them off! Not exactly tidy, but oh well. That worked well. A lesson for the rest. Who's sorting out the pieces? Messy, but effective. Another threat vanquished. That worked well. That won't be the last. A lesson for the rest. And down it goes. Well, that was a challenge. Fall, foul beasts! A vile creature? I'm not cleaning that up. Goodness me! I'll never get that out of my robes. Not sorry to see that one gone. Another threat vanquished. Not exactly tidy, but oh well. Who's next? Goodness me! A worthy foe. That worked well. Who's sorting out the pieces? Back! never get that out of my robes. Messy, but effective. A lesson for the rest. That worked well. Well, I'll never get that out of my robes. That won't be the last. Who's sorting out the pieces? Messy, but effective. Not exactly tidy, but oh well. And down it goes.
More enemies on the way!
I'm not cleaning that up. Well, that was a challenge. Who's next? A lesson for the rest. I'll never get that out of my robes. Goodness me! Who's sorting out the pieces? That worked well. Not sorry to see that one gone. A vile creature, dead. Another threat vanquished. Not exactly tidy, but oh well. Oh, we're messy, but effective. Finish them off! Who's sorting out the pieces? Well, that was a challenge. I'm not cleaning that up. Not exactly tidy, but oh well. Another threat vanquished. Not sorry to see that one gone. Stay back, fiends! A vile creature, dead. Goodness me! That won't a lesson for the rest. I'll never get that out of my robes. You won't get past me. Who's next? And down it goes. That worked well. Who's sorting out the pieces? Another threat. I'll never get that out of my robes. Well, that was a challenge. Goodness me! That won't be the last. Not sorry to see that one gone.
More enemies on the way!
Be gone! A lesson for the rest. Not exactly tidy, but oh well. I'm not cleaning that up. A vile creature, dead. Who's next? A worthy foe. Messy, but effective. A lesson for the rest. I'm not cleaning that up. Goodness me! Well, that was a challenge. Not sorry to see that one gone. never get that out of my roads. Not exactly tidy, but oh well. Away with you! Another threat vanquished. Who's sorting out the pieces? Who's next? And down it goes. That worked well. A lesson for the rest. A vile creature, dead. Who's sorting out the pieces? That won't be the last. Not sorry to messy, but effective. Who's next? Goodness me! I'm not cleaning that up. I'll never get that out of my roads. Not exactly tidy, but oh well. That worked well. And down it goes. A lesson for the rest. Well, that was a challenge. Who's sorting out the pieces? A worthy foe. A vile creature, dead. Another threat vanquished.
More enemies on the way!
Goodness me! I'll never get that out of my roads. That won't be the last. sorry to see that one gone. Messy, but effective. A worthy foe. Well, that was a challenge. A vile creature, dead. Who's sorting out the pieces? Not exactly tidy, but oh well. Who's next? And down it goes. I'll never get that out of my robes. Fall, foul beasts! Another threat vanquished. A lesson for the rest. A worthy foe. Not sorry to see that one gone. Who's next? That won't be the last. Well, I'm not cleaning that up. Goodness me! A vile creature, dead. I'm not cleaning that up. A worthy foe. I'll never get that out of my robes. And down it goes. Not exactly tidy, but oh well. Messy, but effective. A lesson for the rest. Who's next? Well, that worked well. Who's sorting out the pieces? I'm not cleaning that up. Goodness me! A lesson for the rest. Be gone! Messy, but effective. Not exactly tidy, but oh well. Not sorry to see that one gone. That worked well. That won't be the last. I'll never get that out of my robes. Another threat vanquished. That won't be the last.
More enemies on the way!
Away with you! Stay back, fiends! Who's sorting out the pieces? Not exactly tidy, but oh well. Who's next? Messy, but effective. A vile creature, dead. Well, that's a lesson for the rest. Finish them off! And down it goes. Not sorry to see that one gone. Goodness me! A worthy foe. That won't be the last. Who's sorting out the pieces? Messy, but effective. And down it goes. Drive them back. Well, not exactly tidy, but oh well. Another threat vanquished. A lesson for the rest. Who's next? A vile creature, dead. I'll never get that out of my robes. well. You won't get past me. Not sorry to see that one gone. Messy, but effective. I'm not cleaning that up. Not exactly tidy, but oh well. Another threat vanquished. A lesson for the rest. Goodness me!
More enemies on the way!
That won't be the last. Oh, I'm not cleaning that up. Not exactly tidy, but oh well. Back! A lesson for the rest. Goodness me! Well, that was a challenge. That worked well. Who's sorting out the pieces? And down it goes. I'll never get that out of my robes. Goodness me! Who's next? A worthy foe. A lesson for the rest. That worked well. Not sorry to see that one gone. Not exactly tidy, but oh well. Messy, but effective. I'm not cleaning that up. Drive them back! Who's sorting out the pieces? Finish them off! Well, that's a challenge. Not exactly tidy, but oh well. A vile creature, dead. Goodness me! That won't be the last. I'll never get that out of my ropes. Messy, but effective. A lesson for the rest. That worked well. Messy, but effective. And down it goes. Well, that was a challenge. A lesson for the rest. Not sorry to see that one gone. Who's sorting out the pieces? Another threat vanquished. I'm not cleaning that up. A vile creature, dead. Who's next?
More enemies on the way!
That won't be the last. A worthy foe. Messy, but effective. A lesson for the rest. A vile creature, dead. I'm not cleaning that up. Not exactly tidy, but oh well. That worked well. That won't be the last. I'll never get that out of my ropes. Not sorry to see that one gone. Who's sorting out the pieces? And down it goes. Be gone! Another threat vanquished. Goodness me! Who's next? Well, that was a challenge. Who's next? And down it goes. A vile creature, dead. I'll never get that out of my robes. A lesson for the rest. Not exactly tidy, but oh well. Won't be the last. Another threat vanquished. Messy, but effective. I'm not cleaning that up. You won't get past me. A worthy foe. Not sorry to see that one gone. That worked well. A worthy foe. Not exactly tidy, but oh well. Who's next? I'll never get that out of my robes. Fall, foul beast, a lesson for the rest. Won't be the last.
More enemies on the way!
Stay back, fiends. Another threat vanquished. A vile creature, dead. Away with you! Goodness me! Messy, but effective. Who's sorting out the pieces? Messy, but effective. Stay back, fiends. I'm not cleaning that up. Goodness me! Well, that was a challenge. Finish them off! I'll never get that out of my robes. A lesson for the rest. You won't get past me. That worked well. A vile creature, dead. I'll never get that out of my robes. A worthy foe. I'm not cleaning that up. Who's next? Who's sorting out the pieces? And down it goes. That won't be the last. Goodness me! Not sorry to see that. A lesson for the rest. Another threat vanquished. Not exactly tidy, but oh well. Well, that was a challenge. A worthy foe. That won't be the last. Messy, but effective. That worked well. I'll never get that out of my robes. A lesson for the rest. I'm not cleaning that up. Goodness me! Who's next? Who's sorting out the pieces? Not exactly tidy, but oh well. Messy, but effective. I'm not cleaning that up. A vile creature, dead.
More enemies on the way!
A lesson for the rest. never get that out of my roads. Not sorry to see that one gone. Goodness me! Drive them back. That worked well. And down it goes. Fall, foul beasts! A lesson for the rest. Be gone! Another threat vanquished. I'll never get that out of my roads. Oh, I'm not cleaning that up. A worthy foe. Goodness me! Not sorry to see that one gone. Fall, foul beasts! Not exactly tidy, but oh well. Who's sorting out the pieces? Messy, but effective. Well, that was a challenge. Who's next? Who's sorting out the pieces? A vile creature, dead. And down it goes. Well, that was a challenge. I'll never get that out of my roads. That worked well. won't be the last. A worthy foe.
More enemies on the way!
Another threat vanquished. A lesson for the rest. Goodness me! Who's sorting out the pieces? I'm not cleaning that up.
I'll tell you what, T-Wald. I'll play League with you once this is over.
Back. A lesson for the rest. I'll never get that out of my robes. Messy, but effective. Finish them off. Not exactly tidy, but oh well. A vile creature, dead. Well, that was a challenge. Who's next? Not sorry to see that one gone. That worked well. I'm not cleaning that up. A worthy foe. I'll never get that out of my robes. And down it goes. That won't be the last. Not exactly tidy, but oh well. Not sorry to see that one gone. Another threat vanquished. Goodness me! And down it goes. Who's sorting out the pieces? Messy, but effective. Who's next? Well, that was a challenge. A vile creature, dead. A worthy foe. Not sorry to see that one gone. That won't be the last. I'll never get that out of my roads. Well, that was a challenge. Messy, but effective. That worked well. Goodness me! Another threat vanquished. I'm not cleaning that up.
They're attacking a barricade. More enemies on the way!
Stay back, fiends. Drive them back. That worked well. Messy, but effective. You won't get past me. Away with you! Who's next? And down it goes. A vile creature, dead. Goodness me! I'll never get that out of my robes. Well, that was a challenge. Who's sorting out the pieces? Who's next? Another threat vanquished. Not exactly tidy, but oh well. Back! A lesson for the rest. That won't be the last. That worked well. Who's sorting out the pieces? A worthy foe. I'll never get that out of my robes. Messy, but effective. Goodness me! And down it goes. Not sorry to see that one gone. I'm not cleaning that up. That won't be the last. Not exactly tidy, but oh well. Who's next? I'm not cleaning that up. Who's sorting out the pieces? But I'll never get that out of my robes. Messy, but effective. That worked well. A lesson for the rest. That worked well. Not exactly tidy, but oh well. I'll never get that out of my robes. Who's sorting out the pieces? A vile creature, dead. I'm not cleaning that up. A worthy foe. And down it goes. Well, that was a challenge.
More enemies on the way!
Finish them off! Messy, but effective. Not sorry to see that one gone. I'm not cleaning that up. I'll never get that out of my robes. A lesson for the rest. That won't be the last. Goodness me! Not exactly tidy, but oh well. Who's next? That worked well. Who's sorting out the pieces? A vile creature, dead. And down it goes. A worthy foe. Another threat vanquished. A vile creature, dead. And down it goes. Well, that was a challenge. Not sorry to see that one gone. Not exactly tidy, but oh well. Who's next? That won't be the last. Goodness me! A worthy foe. Another threat vanquished. Who's next? A lesson for the rest. I'm not cleaning that up. Not sorry to see that one gone. That worked well. Well, that was a challenge. Messy, but effective. Goodness me! Who's sorting out the pieces? And down it goes. A vile creature, dead. That won't be the last. Who's next? Be gone! A lesson for the rest.
More enemies on the way!
Drive them back! Not exactly tidy, but oh well. I'm not cleaning that up. Another threat vanquished. And down it goes. A worthy foe. That worked well. A lesson for the rest. Well, that was a challenge. Goodness me! Not sorry to see that one gone. Not exactly tidy, but oh well. Who's sorting out the pieces? Another threat vanquished. Messy, but effective. Well, that was a challenge. I'll never get that out of my robes. I'm not cleaning that up. A worthy foe. Messy, but effective. A vile creature, dead. I'll never get that out of my robes. And down it goes. won't be the last. You won't get past me. Who's next? Not exactly tidy, but oh well. Who's sorting out the pieces? A worthy foe. That worked well. Goodness me! Well, that was a challenge. That won't be the last. A lesson for the rest. I'll never get that out of my robes. Goodness me! And down it goes. Not sorry to see that one gone. Another threat vanquished. Messy, but effective. A vile creature, dead.
More enemies on the way!
Fall, foul beasts! Who's next? A worthy foe. And down it goes. Another threat vanquished. Well, that was a challenge. I'm not cleaning that up. Who's sorting out the pieces? That worked well. Not exactly tidy, but oh well. Goodness me! Not sorry to see that one gone. That won't be the last. Another threat vanquished. A vile creature, a lesson for the rest. Messy, but effective. And down it goes. Stay back, Beans. A worthy foe. A lesson for the rest. Who's next? Well, that was a challenge. Not exactly tidy, but oh well. Not sorry to see that one gone. Who's next? I'm not cleaning that up. Well, that was a challenge. I'll never get that out of my robes. And down it goes. That won't be the last.
More enemies on the way!
A vile creature, dead. Another threat vanquished. A worthy foe. Not sorry to see that one gone. Goodness me! That won't be the last. And down it goes. Who's sorting out the pieces? Fall, foul beasts! You won't get past me. Well, that was a challenge. That worked well. Messy, but effective. A lesson for the rest. Not exactly tidy, but oh well. Who's next? A vile creature, death. I'll never get that out of my robes. Back. I'm not cleaning that up. Drive them back. A lesson for the rest. And down it goes. Who's next? Messy, but effective. That worked well. Well, that was a challenge. Who's sorting out the pieces? I'll never get that out of my robes. Not exactly tidy, but oh well. Goodness me! A worthy foe. I'll never get that out of my robes. That won't be the last. Not sorry to see that one gone. Another threat vanquished.
More enemies on the way!
Be gone! Away with you! Not sorry to see that one gone. sorting out the pieces? Messy, but effective. I'm not cleaning that up. A lesson for the rest. A vile creature? Who's sorting out the pieces? Who's next? Messy, but effective. Finish them off! I'm not cleaning that up. I'll never get that out of my robes. Goodness me! Not exactly tidy, but oh well. That won't be the last. A worthy foe. Well, that was a challenge. Not exactly tidy, but oh well. That won't be the last. A lesson for the rest. I'll never get that out of my robes. And down it goes. Goodness me! Another threat vanquished. Who's sorting out the pieces? Not sorry to see that one gone. A vile creature, dead. I'm not cleaning that up. A worthy messy, but effective. Not exactly tidy, but oh well. That worked well. Who's next? Not sorry to see that one gone. I'm not cleaning that up. Who's sorting out the pieces? Goodness me! A lesson for the rest. A worthy foe. I'll never get that out of my robes. Oh, I'm not cleaning that up. Goodness me! Well, that was a challenge.
enemies on the way!
Be gone! Who's sorting out the pieces? Messy, but effective. Not exactly tidy, but oh well. Another threat vanquished. A vile creature, dead. A lesson for the rest. A worthy foe. Won't be the last. And down it goes. That worked well. Goodness me! Messy, but effective. Not sorry to see that one gone. Not exactly tidy, but oh well. You won't get past me. Well, that was a challenge. Who's next? A worthy foe. Who's sorting out the pieces? Stay back, fiends. A lesson for the rest. Not sorry to see that one gone. Well, that was a challenge. I'll never get that out of my robes. Another threat vank. I'm not cleaning that up. That won't be the last. That worked well. Not exactly tidy, but oh well. Away with you! A vile creature, dead.
More enemies on the way!
Fall, foul beasts! Well, that was a challenge. I'll never get that out of my robes. Not sorry to see that one gone. Who's next? Who's sorting out the pieces? A lesson for the rest. Another threat vanquished. Messy, but effective. You won't get past me. Goodness me! Not exactly tidy, but oh well. Who's sorting out the pieces? A lesson for the rest. That won't be the last. I'm not cleaning that up. A worthy foe. That worked well. That won't be the last. And down it goes. Not sorry to see that one gone. Who's next? Another threat vanquished. creature dead. Well, that was a challenge. I'll never get that out of my robes. And down it goes. A worthy foe. Who's next? Not sorry to see that one gone. A lesson for the rest. Another threat. I'm not cleaning that up. Away with you! Goodness me! Who's sorting out the pieces? That won't be the last. A vile creature, dead. That worked well. Not exactly tidy, but oh well. A worthy foe. A lesson for the rest.
More enemies on the way!
Stay back, fiends. Goodness me! Another threat vanquished. And down it goes. That worked well. I'll never get that out of my robes. Messy, but effective. Be gone! I'm not cleaning that up. Who's sorting out the pieces? A lesson for the rest. Not sorry to see that one gone. I'm not cleaning that up. That won't be the last. I'll never get that out of my robes. Messy, but effective. Who's next? Not exactly tidy, but oh well. Well, that was a challenge. Not sorry to see that one gone. Who's next? That worked well. Finish them off! Goodness me! That won't be the last. A worthy foe. And down it goes. A vile creature, dead. Another threat vanquished. I'll never get that out of my robes. That worked well. A lesson for the rest. Messy, but effective. Who's sorting out the pieces? Not exactly tidy, but oh well. I'm not cleaning that up. Who's sorting out the pieces? That won't be the last. I'll never get that out of my robes. A lesson for the rest. goes. That worked well.
More enemies on the way!
Drive them back. Messy, but effective. Back. A worthy foe. Not exactly tidy, but oh well. Well, that was a challenge. I'll never get that out of my robes. A vile creature, dead. A lesson for the rest. Not sorry to see that one gone. Who's next? Who's sorting out the pieces? That worked well. Another threat vanquished. Messy, but effective. Goodness me! Well, that was a challenge. I'm not cleaning that up. Not exactly tidy, but oh well. And down it goes. Finish them off! A worthy foe. Goodness me! A vile creature, dead. That worked well. Messy, but effective. Not a lesson for the rest. That won't be the last. I'll never get that out of my robes. Who's sorting out the pieces? Not exactly tidy, but oh well. A worthy foe. I'll never get that out of my robes. And down it goes. I'm not cleaning that up. Who's next?
Ethan, I don't want to
Well,
um,
it's a challenge.
put us in the action because I don't want it to have to load anything and possibly lag because
For the rest.
I'm trying to load some kind of animation or something.
Another
But I will take you around right real quick because I'm going to grab some of this coin and
vile creature dead.
kind of set up a little bit more of a kill box back here with the coin I have. Oh, didn't mean to put that there.
Who's next? An excellent location. Here's where they will fall.
I mean, it's probably fine that it goes there.
Not sorry to see that one gone. Well, that was a challenge. And down it goes.
More enemies on the way!
Perfection. Very good. This should work. No better spot than here. Goodness me! Perfection. Perhaps one of these. One of these here. That worked well. That won't be the last. Here's I'm not cleaning that up. A lesson for the rest. An excellent location. A worthy foe. I'll never get that out of my robes. Another threat vanquished. That won't be the last. I'll never get that out of my robes. Well, that was a challenge. Who's next? A lesson for the rest. Messy, but effective. A vile creature, dead. That worked well. A worthy foe. Down it goes. Goodness me! Not sorry to see that one gone. A vile creature, dead. I'm not cleaning that up. Another threat vanquished. That won't be the last. Not exactly tidy, but oh well. A worthy foe. That worked well. Who's next? And down it goes. Well, that was a challenge. Messy, but effective. And down it goes.
More enemies on the way!
Fall, foul beasts! A worthy foe. Be gone! Who's next? Not sorry to see that one gone. I'll never get that out of my robes. Goodness me! A lesson for the rest. I'm not cleaning that up. Not exactly tidy, but oh well. Who's sorting out the pieces? Messy, but effective. That won't be the last. That worked well. I'll never get that out of my robes. Who's sorting out the pieces? Not exactly tidy, but oh well. Stay back, fiends. A vile creature. Dead. Goodness me! Messy, but effective. Another threat vanquished. A lesson for the rest. I'm not cleaning that up. That worked well. A vile creature, dead. Good news! I landed on my head. I return at your hour of need. sorry to see that one gone. That won't be the last. Not exactly tidy, but oh well. Down. At least it was quick. Oh, hello again. Goodness me. Messy, but effective. Oh, I'll never get that out of my robes. Who's next? Well, that was a challenge. Away with you! Who's sorting out the pieces?
More enemies on the way!
Not sorry to see that one gone. You won't get past me. A lesson for the rest. Goodness me! I'll never get that out of my robes. I'm not cleaning that up. Not exactly tidy, but oh well. Away with you! Messy, but effective. Another threat vanquished. Be gone! That worked well. Who's sorting out the pieces? I'm not cleaning that up. That won't be the last. A worthy foe. I'll never get that out of my robes. Messy, but effective. Who's next? A vile creature, dead. Not exactly tidy, but oh well. Goodness me! A lesson for the rest. Not exactly tidy, but oh well. I'll never get that out of my robes. Finish them off! And down it goes. I'm not cleaning that up. Messy, but effective. Who's next? Drive them back. Who's sorting out the pieces? Well, that was a challenge. Back. Goodness me. A worthy foe. A vile creature, dead. Another threat vanquished. I'll never get that out of my robes. That won't be the last. Messy, but effective. Not exactly tidy, but oh well. My pride is injured. Here and ready to fight. Perfection. Very good. One of these. I'm not cleaning that up. That worked well. Who's sorting out the pieces?
I'll give you guys a quick run through as soon as I fix this butterfly.
Not sorry to see that one gone. And down it goes.
I'm going to be alternating these floor traps to finish it up, but here's the wall. Wall charges and butterflies. Floor traps alternated all the way through. I double stack where I can over here. And I double stack all this side. The idea is I don't want them sticking around doing too much damage to these barricades with the wall charger. Here's some wall charges, ceiling. They run through this. More wall chargers. They run in here. This is where they're not getting past. They're getting, they're all dead here in this section. For the most part, they run in here. I have these gravity traps just in case of a fireling they'll get pulled up and killed by those before they can make it to the cades, just in case. I don't think it's been a problem yet. Down here I got this whole corridor with the ice darts in the middle and then gravity traps on the outside to give for the firelings, just to catch them and make sure that they die. In front of this door I have this. In front of here I have this to help with the sappers. In front of this door, just like this. So everything from this side runs over here, sees that there's barricades, and then runs through this hallway. Half the stuff from this gate goes to the right, half of it goes to the left, and then everything from here, for the most part, runs up this way. Half of it goes into this room, sees that there's barricades there, and runs into this room. And then that's where they all die. And then nothing yet has made it over to the barricades, so they haven't ever been triggered, so they haven't taken damage. But I have the macro to hit number 2 just in case, so I can repair them because of the wall charges to damage barricades. I only have a few more floor traps to place, and then I'm literally trapped out. As much as I really need to be. I guess I could put more traps in front of those gates down there, but well, you know, it starts to lag kind of a lot eventually anyways. So I'm gonna go hide somewhere to not attract no grenadiers, even though they all die by the time they can get up here anyways. Still, I don't, if I die, because if I die I spawn next to one of those barricades, and then if no grenadiers are still there, I might destroy those cades, and well, you know, I just don't deal with that. So I'm gonna slideshow our way over here. And we can sort of look into this lane of killing here, sort of. Let's see if I can jump up there without crashing the game. We're actually pretty close to the high score on this map, honestly. Okay. We're up. Nope, missed it. The high score on this is 76 million. I have the second high score at 73 currently. And that was before the patch before this one. The patch before this one caused the game to crash after about like wave 80 or so. It looks like they tried to fix it with this patch because we're getting pretty far, and nothing is really making it very far at all. So
who's sorting out the pieces?
yeah. We just need to get to a spot where we can AFK. Well, we can AFK down there, but I think we're gonna try and AFK up here. Run into something invisible there. Okay, that's weird. We missed it. There's a spot there we can go stand on, but you know what? We'll just not stand there. We'll go down to our earlier spot. We don't want to double space to lay down because I don't know if that's gonna sign us out or not. Because technically I'm still gonna be clicking, you know, a button, but I don't know if God damn it, this lag is killing me. It's hard to do anything with this lag. Ah, fuck. Well, we'll try to go somewhere safe. I don't know. But you need to get somewhere that's untargetable for the gnolls, grenadiers, because if they can target you in a lot of different places. So, I mean, like I said, I really don't think they're gonna make it anywhere near killing me or attacking me or anything. But we really do just want to be safe. All right, so we're up here. And we're going to slowly walk over here and over here just a little bit farther, and we slide down onto the rocks. There we go. Alright, we're not going to be targeted here. Now we're just going to AFK at the spot and maybe come back after we have like, I don't know, 5,000, maybe 10,000 coin if we can, and we'll finish up the floor traps. We like to build at the end of the wave so that way I can not deal with lag. Well, if we make it to 100 million score, I guess I can lose at 100 million. I'd be happy with that. Otherwise, I'll let it crash or whatever. So, I'm gonna go AFK for a while longer. I really didn't expect it to go this long, but
Who's next?
here we are. Okay.
A worthy foe. That won't be the last. A worthy that worked well. A lesson for the rest. Who's sorting out the pieces? Who's next? Goodness me! Messy, but effective. Stay back. I'm not cleaning that up. Not exactly tidy, but oh well. Not sorry to see that one gone. I'll never get that out of my roads. Fall, foul beasts! That worked well. I'm not cleaning that up. And down it goes. Who's sorting out the pieces? Away with you! Back! Well, that was a challenge.
More enemies on the way!
Finish them off! Drive them back! Messy, but effective. A vile creature, dead. Another threat vanquished. A lesson for the rest. I'll never get that out of my robes. And down it goes. Goodness me! Messy. Messy, but effective. Stay back, fiends. Not exactly tidy, but oh well. Well, that was a challenge. Who's next? Who's sorting out the pieces? You won't get past me. I'm not cleaning that up. Be gone! A vile creature, dead. That worked well. A worthy foe. I'll never get that out of my robes. Drive them back. Goodness me! That won't be the last. Not exactly tidy, but oh well. A lesson for the rest. Not sorry to see that one gone. Who's next? That won't. Who's sorting out the pieces? And down. It's messy, but effective. I'm not cleaning that up. Not exactly tidy, but oh well. That worked well. A worthy foe. Messy, but effective. Goodness me! Another threat vanquished. A lesson for the rest. Well, that was a challenge. I'll never get that out of my robes. Who's sorting out the pieces?
More enemies on the way!
Away with you! Not exactly tidy, but oh well. A vile creature, dead. Well, that was a challenge. A lesson for the rest. That won't be the last. Goodness me! I'll never get that out of my robes. Not sorry to see that one. Messy, but effective. I'm not cleaning that up. That worked well. And down it goes. I'll never get that out of my robes. Who's messy, but effective. A lesson for the rest. Fall, foul beasts! Another threat vanquished. A worthy foe. Not sorry to see that one gone. Goodness me! I'm not cleaning that up. Well, that was a challenge. Back. Who's sorting out the pieces? Who's next? Finish them off! A vile creature, dead. Another threat vanquished. That won't be the last. And down it goes. You won't get past me. Not exactly tidy, but oh well. Stay back, fiends. Messy, but effective. Not sorry to see that one gone. Another threat vanquished. Drive them back. A lesson for the rest. Goodness me! Well, that was a challenge. Finish them off!
More enemies on the way!
Fall, foul beasts! That worked well. Who's sorting out the pieces? Who's next? A vile creature, dead. A worthy foe. Who's next? Another threat, but I'll never get that out of my robes. Not sorry to see that one gone. Well, that was a challenge. Goodness me! A vile creature, dead. Who's sorting out the pieces? That won't be the last. Down it goes. Messy, but effective. A vile creature, dead. Not exactly tidy, but oh well. I'm not cleaning that up. Well, that was a challenge. A worthy foe. A lesson for the rest. That worked well. A lesson for the rest. That won't be the... Who's sorting out the pieces? Messy, but effective. Not sorry to see that one gone. I'm not cleaning that up. Away with you! Not exactly tidy, but oh well. Another threat vanquished. I'll never get that out of my robes. Goodness me! creature dead. A worthy foe. That worked well. Well, that was a challenge. I'm not cleaning that up. I'll never get that out of my robes. Who's sorting out the pieces? Not sorry to see that one gone. Who's next? Not exactly tidy, but oh well. And down it goes. Messy, but effective. A lesson for the rest. That won't be the last. Not sorry to see that one gone.
More enemies on the way!
Back! Be gone! I'm not cleaning that up. Another threat vanquished. And down it goes. You won't get past me. Well, that was a challenge. A vile creature dead. Who's next?
And we got a crash. All right. I will see you guys tomorrow if you stop on by to the stream. But thanks for joining me. This is the end of it was a little bit boring, and I think I could have gotten the high score, but